Throughout 2022, Kopernik will continue to develop a new strategic plan that will position us to more deeply engage in STEM education both in the school classroom and out in the community. If you are in a position to help us with a monetary donation, please see the link in this video's description. For contributions of $50 or more, Kopernik will send you an exclusive James Webb Space Telescope ornament commemorating the December 25th launch. This 3D printed ornament measures in at 6.75 centimeters, approximating a 1/100 scale of the spacecraft's 6.5 meter primary mirror. Inscribed on the back of the ornament, you'll find the acronym JWST and the launch date. We offer this gift as just a small thank you for your continuous support and in celebration of the successful launch of James Webb. All right. Okay, my audio should be coming through. Sorry if it's a little bit noisy here in the radio room at Kopernik. I actually have both a space heater and the laptop's fan running just so we can maintain the stream at good quality. So if you may have visited the radio room at Kopernik in the past. It is in the observatory, right at the heart of it, sort of, in between the three domes. And this is where I'm going to stream out of because I can keep it warm. The observatory in general is not a heated or cooled building. The temperature is virtually the same as outside, and today that means it's 14 degrees or so. So that's where we're at right now. In the New York area, I see there may be some international or interstate viewers, and we welcome those outside of New York, as well as those within that are our local attendees as well. So my name is Jeremy Cartie. I am Kopernik's Livestream Astronomer, and tonight our goal is to catch a view of the Quadrantid Meteor Shower. This is not one I've hunted for in the past, but it could be a decent one this year if our skies clear up, and we'll talk about that more in a moment. Couple of things to get out of the way here for those that aren't familiar with Kopernik. We might have some new viewers right now. Kopernik Observatory and Science Center is located in a town called Vestal in the state of New York. It's upstate New York, so away from the main city. And that's what the building looks like here. Oh wait, let me show you that so you can actually see. There you go. So that's what the building looks like there. And we have three domes. We have a 14-inch reflector, Schmidt-Cassegrain reflector there. There is a 6-inch refractor, our superplanetary F12 refractor. And then the big dome houses the 20-inch reflector. And that's our flagship telescope that we have a camera system attached to. We're also a science center, so we have a bunch of classrooms in the main building as well. That building is heated. That's where the public does come up here throughout the year. We are sort of in a quieter period in the winter season at the moment, simply in part because of the weather conditions. We can get up on the hill here. Climbing up to Kopernik, you climb about nearly 1,000 feet. If it's snowy at all, that can be a challenge. So we do wind down a little bit for the winter. It's also very cold to be up on the hill. But that's why I'm here, is so I can stream out to you from Kopernik, and I can stay warm in the radio room, and you can stay warm at home, and we can still observe the night sky together. So that's our website. If you want to learn more, that's kopernik.org. All these links that I show you will be in the video description below. So this is our event tonight, the Quadrantid Meteor Shower. We'll be showing you a live view of the sky so we can catch any meteors that come our way. And again, that's hosted by me tonight. We have a couple of donation campaigns at the moment. In fact, that video that you saw at the start, just before, and I might play it again here or there, that is a donation campaign where you can actually get a small gift from us just as a thank you in celebration of that the James Webb launch on December 25th. You can get a ornament, a 3D printed ornament that depicts the 18-segment mirror array. So that is available to you. If you would like to donate, use the link in the video description. We can ship those anywhere within the continental U.S., so as long as you're there, we can ship those out to you if you donate $50 or more. So we appreciate your support on any front. Even watching this video, we greatly appreciate your viewership as well. Let's check this clear sky conditions. At the very bottom of our website, you can click this, and it will show you the clear sky chart for our area. Blue, dark blue especially, is very good. That's what you want to see. The lighter blues and then the whites, that's where things get cloudy, or could indicate precipitation, poor seeing conditions, and so forth. So cloud cover tonight is looking okay. Actually, right now, it's a little bit cloudy, and it looks like there might even be a tiny bit of lake effect snow that we weren't originally expecting. We of course have the Great Lakes and the Finger Lakes that cause some clouds and snow in our area in upstate New York. So we are dealing with that a little bit right now. Anyone that's local to Kopernik can go outside and see that we're getting some clouds. But maybe over the next hour, things will start to clear out, and then if we make it to midnight or 1 a.m., things are looking better on that front. Very nice dark blues here. And if you stay up, if you're in a dark sky area and you stay up even later, that's where the conditions really start to improve. I am not sure if we'll make it to, the 3, 4, 5 a.m. tonight, but we will see how the stream plays out. Transparency is decent in the next hour. It improves significantly. And then seeing doesn't really improve until that 3 a.m. Timeline. But new moon was just yesterday. That bodes well for us. That means the skies can be very dark because there's no moon in our way. And meteor showers are at their best when you don't have the moon interfering. So we don't have any moon tonight to work around. It has set below the horizon, the small crescent that it is. It's actually very close to the sun right now, so it's set really early. And yeah, we should see some meteors if the sky's clear for us. In the meantime, I have some other things planned, but before we do that, let me show you quickly our webpage here, our YouTube channel. If you are not subscribed to us, this is a great place to communicate with lifelong learners through all the sciences, but astronomy is our go-to, of course, because we have a fully equipped observatory here. And we've done a bunch of live streams like this one. The past meteor shower stream we did was for the Perseid meteors back in August, and now we're on to the Quadrantids. There's been a few in between that we didn't catch, but now we are going to give these Quadrantids a try. I'll probably mess up that name a few times. We'll talk more about the origin of this meteor shower, why it has such an interesting name that you're not familiar with, perhaps. So we'll get into those details a little. Okay. So again, you can subscribe to our channel here and stay up to date on the latest videos. We don't just do observing live streams, we also stream out our public programs that happen on Friday nights. Those will resume regularly in the spring, but we try to put out some unique content on our channel, even beyond the observing streams. You can even go on a 360-degree observatory tour of our building to see what it's like to be up here if you can't visit us in person someday. Alright, so that's the YouTube channel. And let's talk a little bit more about these quadrantids. And I want to emphasize that during these observing streams, I do try to keep up on the live chat. And there's a couple different ways that you can, of course, catch my attention. I try to answer everyone's question where I can. But if you have a really pressing one, you can, of course, use the super chats down at the bottom, and that's a fun way to support Kopernik as well. We are a nonprofit organization, and we are primarily funded through viewers like yourselves, so we really appreciate your support. So let's see. I see everyone's chiming in from where they're located, some across the country, some even across the world. Oh, excellent. Very good. From upstate, from PA. From Texas. Virginia Beach, very cool. Kyle says he's from right down the road. Right nearby, very good. Tanya asks, can you see it in Sweden? Well, this is a Northern Hemisphere event, so in short, yes. This meteor shower technically goes for about a month. It started in mid to late December, and it will continue on into mid-January. But yesterday and tonight are considered the peaks. It's a little bit, I mean, there is a definitive peak when the meteor shower you actually get the most meteors at any one time, and that's something that's monitored over the years, and eventually you're able to predict it more and more. Yeah, usually January 3rd to the 4th is the peak for this one. But you'll still see some meteors from it over the next week or so. So you still have plenty of opportunities. Those that are in Europe, you have the chance in the coming night to give it a try. The key thing is that, well, we'll show you where this meteor shower is going to be. I'll go into a program called Stellarium to show you that in a moment. Because the nice thing is that if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, while the times are different, of course, between us here in the United States and those across the pond, the skies aren't really different. The skies are going to be the same, the stars will be the same, it's just when is it dark for you is the key, is the qualifier there. Okay, let's see, did I miss anything else? Oh, great to see everyone. Astronomy Web is Dave. Okay, I will keep that one in mind. I appreciate the avatar, Dave. It looks very official. He says, "Let's get to 3,000 subs. That'd be great." Yes, if you're not a subscriber, we're on our way to 3,000 subscribers. So, again, it is a great place to go for observing live streams. We're trying to cover major events. We definitely have plans to cover the lunar eclipse that'll happen in May. So keep that in mind. Smarth from Boston. All right. Snowy, cloudy skies there. I'm sorry to hear that. Kind of here, too, at the moment. We got an unexpected, what I believe to be lake effect snow, but it's not going to be an all-night sort of thing. It's just going to be very brief, and it's happening right now outside. But it should clear out in the next hour at the latest. But that's okay, because we have a lot to talk about for this meteor shower beforehand. GH Fear asked a similar question to what I was discussing there. How is the sky looking there tonight? The forecast was looking clear for the last couple days, and then, of course, right around 8, 9 o'clock, it started to cloud up a little bit, and we're still kind of running through the course of those clouds. So the forecast, as you see on our clear sky chart, if we go back to that, it's showing those nice dark blues for the most part, so I'm hoping as we get closer to 11 o'clock and closer to midnight, things will improve for us at Kopernik. Melinda from Ohio says their skies are clear. Very nice. Clear skies in Ohio. Again, anyone that's viewing this that's in the northern hemisphere, you have a chance to see this meteor shower. It's when you get to the equator and then into the southern hemisphere, that's where it becomes more challenging because you start to lose the ability to see the radiant point. And why don't we discuss that now, where this radiant point for the meteor shower is located. So, I'm going to show you a website quick. Oh, I missed an L there. There we go. Because this software I'm going to show you comes from here. It's called Stellarium. And if you go to stellarium.org, you can download it for your computer at home. It works on any platform, Mac, Linux, Windows, you name it. You can even use a web-based version if you're on a Chromebook, for example, or even if you're on mobile, that works on mobile as well. And this is a great open source platform to explore the night sky. If you've ever been in a planetarium before, we have a planetarium at Kopernik, for example. You get a projector system going and you shine it on this screen that's all-encompassing, 180 degrees around, 360 degrees around, really. And you get to see a simulated view of the sky. You're doing that same thing, but just doing it on a 2D screen. So it's really, really neat. And if we go to Stellarium Web, I can show you what that one looks like if you prefer not to download. There's applications for smartphones out there too. Oh, it looks like they do finally have a Stellarium mobile that you can explore. I think that was on Android for a while, but iOS I hadn't seen until just now. So that's available to you as well if you like to get the Stellarium mobile. But you can pan around the sky, you can zoom in, you can highlight the constellations and point out their names. It's a little bit simpler for the web-based version, but it gets the, it lets you find what you want to find for the most part. You can even do some searches. So if we wanted to search where the moon is, so we can see where why the moon isn't interfering with us tonight and what it looks like, you'll see it's below the horizon, really close to the sun. And if we zoom in on it, it's a very, very hyper-thin crescent. Barely noticeable, especially because it sets just after the sun. But we are waxing now, so we're approaching full moon. In the next couple weeks, we'll get a full moon. So I'm going to use the downloaded version of Stellarium at this point, just because it's a little easier to maneuver, and I also know it a little bit better, even though this one's pretty straightforward. So let's jump over to our Stellarium view. Yeah, that looks good. I'll bring that up on my screen. So I'm going to reset this because we also use Stellarium for our waiting room as we boot up the live stream. This is what was at the very beginning, you may have noticed. So I'm going to reset things here. We're at current time. We're at Kopernik. So this is our location, Earth. You can jump around and look at what the skies look like on other worlds, other planets. So we're on Earth and we're at Kopernik Observatory. Our date is over here. January 3rd, 2022. I gotta remember when we're writing our dates down. You gotta put that. You gotta do a 2 instead of a 1 now. That's good. That, like always, that takes some time to adapt to. And then it's 9, nearly 9:30. Or why does that say 9:30? Oh, no, that's UTC. This should be. I seem to have. What is this? Windows is coming up with all this information that I don't want to see, that you can't see, but it's coming up in front of Stellarium. There we go. Time. System date at 10 p.m. That's good. Date. Well, it's close enough. It'll give us what we need for right now. I gotta look in. Oh wait, let's do system date. No, it still doesn't change it. That's so weird. I wonder why it's reported as 9:30 instead of 10:30. That's fine. Oh well. Either way, we can still use it. I'm going to bounce around through time anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Sorry for that brief hold. Oh. We have a super chat from Jumai, I think is how you pronounce it. Hey, it's PJ. I'm 8 years old, and I saw Comet Leonard. I'm excited to see the meteor shower. Oh, well, that's great that you saw Comet Leonard. I'd like to hear it back if that was your first comment. I haven't had the chance to see Comet Leonard myself, but I've seen some amazing pictures of that comet. Both the comet interacting with some deep sky objects like star clusters and nebulae, and then more recently some really nice shots of this tail that just stretched across the sky when you took pictures of it with cameras. It was a huge long tail. That's awesome you got to see Leonard. So yeah, let's see if we can spot this meteor shower tonight. And thank you for the super chat as well. We greatly appreciate your support. All right. So, again, this is Stellarium. Again, you can download it at stellarium.org. And let's bring on the constellations, because this is a key tool that we're going to use to identify where these meteors happen, where this meteor shower radiates from. We'll talk about what a radiant point means as well. Oh, we got a follow-up from Jumai here. Yes, Comet Leonard is the first comet they saw, and it had a little blue line. Yeah, so you probably saw that little bit of a glowy tail, right? So that's a great indicator that you saw that comet. It's a nice glowing tail across a small part of the sky usually, but then as I mentioned with cameras, you can see the tail in greater detail. Because they're able to collect a lot more light. So look up and see if you can find some of those pictures of Comet Leonard if you haven't seen them already. They are very impressive. That tail pops out even more. But I'm so glad you got to see your very first comet. Excellent. So again, we brought up the constellations. Let's bring up the labels as well so we can see which ones we're trying to identify here. And of course, my favorite and many people's favorite constellation in the wintertime is Orion. Orion the Hunter. We bring up the artwork here. There's Orion the Hunter. And the nice part about Orion, if you have clear skies right now and you're in the northern hemisphere, it's nighttime, you will go out and immediately see Orion. It is so bright. The stars in the belt, the 3 stars right in a row, Mintaka, Alnilam, and Alnitak. Those 3 stars are his belt. Very bright. His shoulder is Betelgeuse, a red supergiant. Other shoulders, Bellatrix. Then down here at the legs, Rigel and Scythe. The stars that make up his body are extremely bright. And then you also have some really nice star, or rather celestial objects like the Orion Nebula, that if you're in a dark enough sky area, that's nice and bright. This is what it looks like if you take a picture of it. This is a stellar factory where stars are born. And that's a brilliant nebula to see both through a telescope and to take pictures of. And so that's the Orion constellation. I did see Dave. Thank you for your super chat as well. I again appreciate that support. Oh, I messed something up. Hang on. There we go. So, and again, feel free to. I know that this doesn't necessarily apply to Dave. Dave is, or Astronomy Web here, is actually a member of our Kopernik Astronomical Society. So he's available to answer questions in the chat as well throughout the stream. And I think he made that point earlier, but I just wanted to emphasize, feel free to interact with Astronomy Web there. Okay. So that's the Orion constellation. Now you can get meteors occurring from Orion. Those are called Orionids. They're not happening right now. They were a month or 2 back when they finally ended. But if we go up to Gemini, the twins of Gemini, you can see these ones are little stick figures, hand in hand, with their heads made up by 2 brighter stars, Castor and Pollux. And there is a meteor shower called the Geminids. It's not peaking right now. The peak, I think, was back a bit. I can double check that one. Geminids peak. Yeah, that was back in mid-December for the Geminids peak. We weren't able to cover that one. So they're still going on. Usually meteor showers have a long tail to them, both leading up and then following the peak of the meteors. And we should take a moment to talk about what a meteor shower is. So, what's happening right now, if we think about the current meteor shower, which should be down here. Let's travel through time because the constellation it's near isn't above the horizon just yet. Yep, there it is. Okay. We'll pause it there. Here are the Quadrantids. The Quadrantids are right in between the constellation Draco the Dragon. And, I always forget what... Oh, yeah, Booties is also a person. So, between Booties and Draco, we have the Quadrantids. And as you saw up here, you have the Leonis Minorids, which is near the constellation Leo. That makes some sense. You have the Cancerids, near the constellation Cancer. Okay, that makes sense too. Geminids, near Gemini. But then you have this weird one called the Quadrantids. What are the Quadrantids? Well, it turns out the constellation that those are named after doesn't exist anymore as far as astronomers are concerned. It's not part of the 88 constellations that we use to map out the sky. So this came from a constellation called Quadrans Moralis, and it was one put together by an astronomer back in the 1700s, and it was removed in the early 1900s from use. It was no longer used by astronomers at that point. They defined the 88 constellations that make us up our current map of the sky, of the celestial sphere. So that's where we're at with these. The Quadrantids still carry the name of the constellation they were once a part of. So now we know how to find them between the constellations of Draco and Bootes. As let's see, what time are we at now? Just after midnight now. They'll be relatively above our tree line. They'll be pretty high, and continue to get higher because things rise in the east and they set in the west. So if we continue to travel through time here, a little bit faster, can you see how the Quadrantids rise up in the sky? They'll continue to rise, and they're just above the constellation Hercules. So that's at 4 a.m. They'll be nice and high in the sky. And the higher they get, the more opportunity you have to see the meteors. We debate, or at least I debate in my head, when I want to operate these streams. And usually I try to operate them, I find a sweet spot where we might get to see a good amount of meteors, but it's not so early or late in the morning, depending on how you look at it, that no one's going to be awake to see them. So that's why we fell along the 10 p.m. And, we wish we were able to be viewing them right now, but we have to wait for the clouds to move along before we get the camera set up. So that's where they're located. Let's go back to current time, and I'll boost ahead a little bit here. You can see the Quadrantids, their radiant point, are just about rising above the horizon there. So they'll continue to make their way up in the sky. Now, as far as where this meteor shower came from, where did it come from? Well, this one is actually kind of unique. There's definitely other meteor showers that come from asteroids, but this one is, they're few and far between. Most meteor showers occur from a comet. A comet's, the material a comet leaves behind as it orbits the sun. This one comes from an asteroid that's orbiting around the sun. And that asteroid is, I have the name down here. Asteroid suspected to come from asteroid 2003 EH1. So that asteroid is in orbit around the sun, and it intersects the Earth's orbit. Now, it is being studied, and asteroids like this one are being studied to possibly carry the title of rock comet, sort of a new term coming out of astronomy. So it's sort of this hybrid of a comet and an asteroid, where you might have some icy material. It's not necessarily going to be leaving behind huge trails of ice and gases like comets do. When they get close to the sun, they start spewing off a bunch of material because the comet is a dirty snowball. It's mostly made of ice and carbon dioxide. So it leaves a lot in its wake as it moves around the sun. But this asteroid is doing that same thing, perhaps to a lesser degree, but it's also coming through, or orbiting around the sun a lot quicker than the comets do. Comets can take thousands of years, or in some cases even 1,000,000 years, to orbit around the sun. If they're a huge wide orbit, or maybe they'll go off to another solar system and then come back around. There's shared material in that way sometimes. But this one is from a asteroid that orbits the sun every 5 years. So every 5 years, when it intersects the Earth's orbit, it has the chance to resupply the material in that area of space. So every time the Earth comes around and intersects with that material at the same time every year, we get that meteor shower. And it'll lose a little bit material each time we come around, but it'll gain some more material every time the asteroid orbits around the sun every 5 years. So the material that's hitting our atmosphere came from an asteroid passing through the Earth's orbit. And don't fear, this asteroid it's monitored. We know its orbital path. There is no risk of an impact happening anytime soon for it. So that's good news too, right? What it does provide to us is a brilliant light display in the form of the quadrantids. So that's why meteor showers happen. It's the Earth moving through a debris field of some kind, be it left behind by a comet, or in this case, left behind by an asteroid. And at its peak, the peak is pretty short for this meteor shower. Unlike the Perseids, the peak can last for a day or two. This peak usually only lasts around 6 hours. And it's not clear when that occurs. It can happen the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th of January, and it's best viewed in the morning hours because it's higher up in the sky. So that means the peak of this shower could happen in the daytime at some locations across the globe. I think that was the concern for this one, that it may be happening in the daytime for Western Hemisphere. But I haven't gotten final word on that. And either way, we would still see meteors from this. It's just we wouldn't see the highest amount, the highest peak of the shower. And it can get up to 100 meteors per hour. So that's pretty good. That means you'd see about 2 meteors every minute. So that's pretty decent. It's not quite a meteor storm, but 2 meteors per minute at a peak is pretty strong. And even if it's just let's say we cut that in half because we're not at peak anymore, 60 meteors per minute is still really good too for a shower. So that's promising. That's promising. Now, the quadrantids are also, they can be known for fireballs, because if we think about the kind of material we're passing through, it's not icy material. It's more likely rocky material, because it's coming from an asteroid. And that means that we could see bright fireballs in the sky. The thumbnail for this video, this live stream, is actually showing you an example of a fireball. So you can actually see a fireball zip across the sky. In that image, that was if I remember right, it was like a 20-second exposure or so. And that was taken at Cherry Springs, the state park in Pennsylvania. But it's an example of a fireball where it stretches. That was almost half the sky, or even more than half the sky, where that meteor stretched across. And it was, you could see material flying off of it off to the side. It wasn't just a single bright point of light. It was that plus extra pieces of meteor coming off. So that was a brilliant meteor we got to see there. And that's what we could see tonight with our camera equipment. Let me check the chat to see if I've missed anything here. Oh, okay. Jumai says, what's the difference between a comet and a meteor? So, again, yeah, comets are icy. They're icy, you can think of them as a dirty snowball. We get a nice snowfall, the snow looks really nice, but then the snowplows come through, and after a few days it looks really grimy. That's kind of what a comet is like. It's a very dirty snowball made up of ice, a little bit of rocky material, and some carbon dioxide, solidified carbon dioxide. Meteors, on the other hand, are very rocky. They're space rocks, and I should have brought it. Those that have been to Kopernik before have probably seen our meteor. We have a meteor at Kopernik that's about yay big, and it's a super heavy, dense rock, and that's because it's mostly made up of iron and nickel, which are metals. And that's usually the case for meteors, is they have a lot of metal content in them. And when they burn up, that's a lot of dense material to burn up in the atmosphere, so they can be pretty bright. So it's the difference between an icy rock and just a regular rock, is the basics of comets and meteors. Oh, yep. Okay, that question was taken care of. Very good. Stacey says, "Good luck in the Triple Cities area with the clouds." Yeah. Yeah, we're fighting some stuff here at the moment. I'm going to, in just a minute or two, I'm going to go take a look outside to see what the conditions are like, and then I will be back to show you the equipment that I'm going to be using tonight. I couldn't have it set up beforehand because it was snowing, and I didn't want it to get damaged at all. So that's what's kind of nice. If we're looking at the silver lining of this, I get to show you what I use for meteor showers, because oftentimes I don't, especially when it's cold outside. I usually just have the equipment set up out there and I come in here and stay warm. So tonight I get to show you partially how I set it up and the actual equipment I use. So let me take a quick look outside, and I will be back with you in just a moment. Okay, so far still cloudy and still snowy. I felt some snow flakes drop on my face when I was looking up, but we will hope that continues to improve. I'm going to look at this. Actually, I should check to see if there's a website version of this. I was just recommended this application by another member of the Kopernik Astronomical Society. Again, that's basically our astronomy club at Kopernik. So we have regular meetings, and we support programs like this, and also telescope maintenance, and they get to come up here and use the telescope themselves. It's a great club to participate in if you're local to the area. But we do even have some members outside the area that tune in via our virtual methods that we use, or virtual platforms, I should say. Let's see if I can find this app that I can share with you over the stream. Okay, there are some ads on this webpage, but nothing that seems like it's going to interfere with what we're doing here, so I think that'll be okay if I show you this. And it has mapped out where we're located. That looks promising. Okay, so let me switch back to the web view. So this is what I was recommended today, is a platform called Astrospheric. And there is a this is the web app, but you can also get this on your smartphone, both Android and iOS. And you find your location here. It found it automatically for us. You can probably pinpoint it a little bit better. Let's go to... So we're in the Binghamton area. In Vestal, down here. So we're very close to the PA border, Pennsylvania border. There we go. Okay. So now that we've refined our location, you do that again by clicking on the window above, the map above. It'll take you to that window you just saw. And we get some information about, very similar to the clear sky chart, cloud cover, transparency, and seeing. It's about what we were seeing in that clear sky chart. It improves as we get past midnight. But yeah, right now, if you look at the... we'll switch this to clouds specifically. Yeah, you can see there's cloud cover. Let's zoom out. Let's let this play out here. Yeah, it does look like it dissipates. So we're at 11 p.m. or so. We're getting some hazy cloud cover. Thankfully, they're not thick clouds, but it is clouds all the same. And apparently, it's enough clouds to produce snowfall, at least up on the hill. But yeah, as we get just past 11 o'clock, it looks like the clouds start to move on. So I think we might have some good luck here. But you can see some of these clouds are originating from the lakes, the Great Lakes that are near us, and they're swooping down near the Finger Lakes into the southern tier of New York. So, astrospheric.com is where you can go to look at your skies and get a really nice layout that is catered to astronomers and amateur astronomers and just night sky viewers. If you're interested in seeing what your sky conditions are like, this is the way to go. I really like the layout of this app, specifically because it's geared towards astronomy and understanding what your conditions are like and what you have to prepare for. And it gives you some really good cloud detail, which is something that's missed on some other applications. So, okay, let's see how we're doing here. Checking the chat now. And then we'll go on to see some of the equipment I'm going to get set up as soon as we get clear skies. I'll show you what that looks like inside, and then I will send it outside once it stops snowing. Michelle says, bravo on your... Oh, the James Webb ornament creation. Yeah, you're very welcome for the... I love doing these live streams, so I am more than happy to continue doing them. And actually, at the moment, I'm not terribly freezing because I have a space heater right next to me that's keeping me warm in the radio room. I have it closed off to the rest of the observatory, so there's definitely some cold leaking in here from the surrounding building, but otherwise I'm more comfortable than I would be elsewhere. So I'm doing okay so far. Yeah, Stacey, I was kind of surprised by that to see it rendered there, that they had it pointed out. Pretty, I mean, you'll definitely see it, I think, on most when you zoom in super close, but that was, we were pretty wide field of New York there by the time when we got to see that. I had to look that one up, Joe. I actually didn't know that. So you got to see me figure out that definition. But that's funny. Stalwart. I am hardworking, according to Google. It has. I think I had a lot more energy to in the early on streams where I was actually running these in the domes. Yeah, when I was in the dome running the let's see, when was that? Back in, I think we did one on Halloween, and then we did an Orion stream. We weren't doing this out of the radio room. We were doing it directly in the dome, and that was freezing. Oh boy. I'm glad we made some room to do this in the radio room, because while that was fun, to say the least, it was very, very cold. So I'm glad we found an alternative solution. And I think in the end it also makes it so I can run the streams a lot longer and I don't have to take as many breaks to head inside and warm up. I'm going to add that word to my personal use. 3 a.m. That's... Why did it update to 3 a.m.? Can I go back? Oh, because I clicked on it, that's why. 11 p.m. So 11 to 12. 11 to 12. Yeah, you can see the clouds move right off. 11 to 12. 11 to 12. Yep. And they keep moving. And we get a good window of clear skies. Again, I don't know if I'll make it to 3 a.m. tonight, but I always say that, and then we get like a bunch of meteors or a bunch of, good views of a planet or something during these observing streams, and I keep going. So maybe that'll happen tonight. We'll see. Thanks, Melissa. I appreciate that, and I'm so glad you all continue to enjoy them, even and brave it out with me while we wait for clouds to move on, because that happens plenty of times in the Binghamton area. Yes, this is, yep, they were, Stacy, very frigid streams. They were fun though. I think at that time it was just such a new thing to try out. I just completely forgot about the cold weather in the moment. So let's discuss a little bit about the equipment I'll be using tonight. Well, that's my extension cord. I don't think that's terribly interesting, but I am going to move it over so I don't forget it. So let's talk about the wide field camera I'll be using first. Regulars that have attended the stream will be familiar with this one. I think I've shown it off before. So, let's see. Yeah, there we go. So this is the Sony a7 III camera that we've taken a lot of wide field shots on. So we did a live view of the Milky Way over the summer or early fall. We've done meteor showers with this, Perseid meteor showers. We tried it out in August. And the goal of this camera, during meteor showers at least, I don't take long exposure shots. I could, but in favor of that, there's a setting on here that's designed to bump up all the light capturing settings as high as they can go while still maintaining a video feed. So that means it bumps it up to about a 1/4 second exposure. So that means the frame in the video is updated every 1/4 of a second. So it's very choppy video, but it is video. And then you also crank up what's called the ISO. That's the sensitivity of the sensor, how sensitive it is to light. And then there's also a setting on here for aperture that you can see on the lens that I can crank that way down to f1.4. And when you crank that down, that means the lens is fully open. It's capturing as much light as possible, as quickly as possible. And that translates to a lot of light hitting the sensor. And what it gives you is a slightly noisy, but similar view to what you can see with your eye in the night sky. And that's the benefit to using this camera, is that we can get that video effect. So I set this up on a tripod and I point it to the clearest, darkest part of the sky, and we will see what we can capture as far as, actually moving meteors. You'll see them shoot across the sky in the camera view. If they're bright enough, this camera will capture them. So I like having that live video feed for you, because that differs from the other camera we set up that I'll show you in a moment. But if anyone's looking for a great mirrorless camera, Sony's are good, Canons are good. There's a couple members of the KAS that have what's called the Sony, no, not the Sony, sorry, the Canon RA. I think there's another name in there. But it's designed for astrophotography, and the shots that come out of that are just brilliant. This one's good, that one's great. But you do pay a premium, that's for sure. What else here? Oh, the other camera is right here. And I think I might have to build it out a little bit. Oh no, I definitely do. Yeah, because I don't use this one. There's a trick to this. I'll show you. So for anyone just joining, we are discussing the equipment we will use tonight. We're waiting for the skies to clear at around midnight. Looks like that's when we'll see that happen. A little bit cloudy right now, as you can see on the Astropheric webpage at 11, but at 12 it starts to clear out. Oh, that's right. They stopped the EOS RA. Thank you, Dave. The EOS RA from Canon, they did stop making them. I forgot Pat mentioned. I think I heard that from Pat at first. That's unfortunate that they're not making that. I'm sure due to the supply issues in this market right now, that's in one of the reasons they had to drop that one, because they probably started pushing parts towards other things. But it's too bad that they lost that. Hopefully a successor comes somewhere down the line to that camera, because that is beauty. And I'm glad a couple of the KAS got the chance to pick one of those up. Well, there's still good mirrorless cameras out there that capture a lot of light. So that's a Sony a7 III. That's a decent one. There's even a better one in that line that's designed for capturing even lower light video. So like you can actually capture a really nice Milky Way with that particular setup. I think it's a Sony a7 III's or maybe a7 IV's, something like that. I decided to go for the one that's sort of a good jack of all trades. It's good at photography and it's good at video for both low light, but not as good as that A7S. So this is, if I get the model name right, it's not terribly... It's the ASI 224MC. This is a... yeah, this should be a one-shot color astrocam. So it has a pretty decent, albeit small, sensor, and this one is designed for planetary capture. So this comes from a company called ZWO. You can see the model number and the brand name there. But not a sponsor, by the way. This is just one of the pieces of equipment we use at Kopernik. But it's a great cam for taking imagery of the planets. So we've used this to take images of Jupiter, of Saturn, and then process that data and get a really nice quality stack, which lets you see the shadows of moons in great detail on Jupiter, or even capture some color data from those moons. Great details on the gas bands as well of that planet, or even the geological features of Mars. We've seen that as well. So this is a great camera for that. This is not the one we're going to use though. It does have the lens stack that we're going to use though. You can see this black section. The nice part about these cameras is they're hyper modular. You can interchange parts from them, from different cameras. In this case, we're going to interchange the lenses between a very similar camera. So it has very basic input as well. I'm going to connect up through that USB type, I think it's a type B port. It's like a printer port. We'll connect that up directly to the computer and we'll get a live feed out of this. And the same will be for the A7 III. We'll do that same thing. But I gotta show you the camera we are going to use, because like I said, we're just using that lens stack tonight. That's in this black case here. I'll talk about why that lens is important. So, in this case, I have to take this camera off. It is very cold because it was inside the dome. It has not had a chance to warm up yet because it was trapped inside this box. Okay. So, we have two cameras now. We have this red one here, ASI 224MC, that's the color camera. And this is the ASI 183mm. This is the monochrome camera. And we're going to use the monochrome in favor of the color because it's better at capturing the light from the stars without adding too much noise, and ultimately capturing those meteors we want to see. We don't want too much noise in the image, and there's really not a lot of color data for our purposes here that we care about. So we can just use the black and white sensor there that's better at capturing light to begin with, so we can see more in the sky. Now if I take this off here, I'm going to show you the lens that I'm seeking. Actually, what I think I have to do is I have to interchange this whole stack. So I gotta take this section off of the color camera. Yep. And attach that to the monochrome camera. We're just switching out the top elements here. Okay. So now we have the black and white camera with the lens stack that we want. So let me pop the lens cap off so I can show you that a little closer. So this is actually just a adapted CCTV lens. So that's like for security cameras, effectively. And that lens allows us to get a full 180-degree view of our sky at Kopernik. And that's important for meteor showers, because the more sky that you can see, the better the chance you will have to actually spot a meteor. And that's where a tool like this can be even better than your eye. Of course, there's nothing like seeing a meteor with your eye. Like, that's the best way to see this, is to see it directly. But if you can't do that, or if it's too cold, like tonight, and you just kind of want to monitor the sky for meteors, see what happens, and see if any bright fireballs show up, or when we're tuning in virtually like this as a group, this is a great way to do it, is to capture that 180-degree field of view. So we're doing horizon to horizon, and that will let us see any meteors that come our way, from some of the smaller but somewhat bright ones to the fireballs that show up. We might even capture some of the dim ones with this. We've seen some fairly dim meteors with this setup, and that's because we're able to crank the exposure levels on this one. So this is not going to be a video feed. That's what the other camera, the Sony camera's for. This is going to be very much pictures. It'll be about 5 to 10 second exposures. So every 5 seconds, the frame will update, and we'll see if any meteor showed up within those 5 seconds. So that's the all-sky camera, we call that. All-sky because it shows you the entire sky. Makes sense. Now I'm going to pack this up, keep the other cameras safe. I'm not going to use the color camera, so I'll just pack that up inside its box for now. I'll put the lens cap back on the other one that we will use, black and white, and I will remember to switch those out later. I do need the USB cable from this, though. Okay. So those are the two pieces of camera equipment we're going to use. Checking the live chat here, see if I've missed anything. Let's see. Trying to see if that was answered. Okay, that was answered. Wanted to make sure that Brandon got their answer about whether it would be visible in southern Indiana. So yeah, you should have a chance. It's not too dissimilar from us. A little further south, so that means it's going to rise a little bit later. The radiant point, that is, but otherwise, yeah, you should be set. As long as the skies are clear. Yeah, the Canon Rebel is excellent. They've come a long way too. We have a bunch of 10, they're probably even older than that. They're probably like, I think they're 2008 era Canon Rebels that we have here that we've used for classes before, and they still work reasonably well. The technology is outdated to some degree, but it works for capturing longer exposures of some objects in the sky. And that's what I learned off of, was those Kopernik cameras when I was an intern here. And they were great. And so they're even better at light capturing now than they were back then. So that's a great place to start, and it is a little dangerous, that's for sure, though, because once you catch that bug, you don't want to. You will just continue to invest into it because it's so exciting. And it looks like Daniel's question was answered as well, about whether you should use a telescope or binoculars for viewing. No, this is a very wide field event. That's the nice part about it, is you can just use your eyes. Oh. Uh-oh. Why did that happen? I hope that gets fixed. I think I accidentally... Hang on. Was unhidden. Ah. Okay, Dave, I think I accidentally tapped a button I shouldn't have, and I apologize for that. I'm not sure if your messages will stay deleted or not. I hope they don't, because I did undo what I did. Why did that happen? You're able. Well, it looks like you're able to chat now. I saw a new one just come in, so at least there. I was able to undo it. I apologize if any of the previous messages did in fact get deleted. I just happened to click on your name and tap something I shouldn't have. That's the error, I guess, in using a touchscreen. Is a little window came up and made an error. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you won't have any problem seeing these with your eyes. If you think about it, if this meteor shower is happening in a large portion of the sky, which is basically all of the northeast and maybe even stretching across further to the other half of the sky for the brighter stuff, that means that you're going to have a better opportunity to see this meteor shower when you have as much of the sky visible. And that really is by just using your eyes. Or, in our case, using that wide field camera that we're going to use. The 180-degree field of view. So, you want to see as much of the sky as possible. There are chances that you can see meteors through a telescope, but it really doesn't do you much good. Because they're so tiny most of the time that you're not going to make out any detail. They're going to look the same. They'll look brighter, but otherwise they're going to look the same as they would to your eyes. So yeah, definitely just go for get a nice comfortable chair, and lie back and see what you can see in your clear skies. S-Mode says, they just realized that we're set up only 20 minutes up the highway for me. Well, yeah, another local to Kopernik. They also say that there are clear skies down in Waverly, but not sure what direction I should be looking. Though it is so cold out. Yeah, it's cold. That's why it's kind of nice to be able to monitor this stream from... monitor this stream from inside the radio room and with a camera system, at least for the colder month meteor showers, because it is chilly. Yeah, sorry again, Dave. It was a again, I hope those messages don't stay deleted. I don't know why it would get rid of them. I can still read them, it's just... Oh, maybe everyone can still read them. Maybe it's not a problem. Again, sorry about that. Um, oh, Dave, you saw the meteor storm in 2003. I think I've heard a story about that from one other member in the KAS. And I mentioned meteor storm earlier in our stream tonight. There's meteor showers and then there's meteor storms. And when you get a meteor storm, that's when the Earth's plowing through a bunch of material. And you're getting meteors, multiple meteors every minute. If not, every 10 seconds. They're just shooting across the sky again and again and again. That's not one I've seen yet, but I've heard some great stories of meteor storms in the past. I don't expect this one to be meteor storm tonight, but meteor showers are also entertaining. It's also, meteor storms is like, oh, I just look up and there they are. Meteor showers, you kind of got to hunt for them, which can be fun too. But yeah, if you're wondering where should I look for this meteor shower, again, Joe has the right idea. Look at the clear part. Wherever the skies are clear, if you're fighting clouds at all, that's your opportunity. Look where the skies are clear. If you have perfectly clear skies, then you're going to look towards the northeastern area because that is the radiant point. But for the most part, you can see these meteors just about anywhere. Even some random meteors you'll see across the sky. But if you can trace their tail, the tail of the meteor, back to the northeastern area where the quadrantids radiate from, then you know it's a quadrantid. If it's perpendicular to that path at all, you can't find a way it would intersect there, then it's not. It's just a random one, which will happen tonight too. I remember during the Perseids, I feel like majority of the meteors we were seeing weren't even Perseids. They weren't radiating from the constellation Perseus. Sai asks, how do they watch? They're in India now. So in the southern hemisphere and around the equator, that's where this meteor shower becomes a little tricky to watch. The southern hemisphere has their own batch of meteor showers that I'm not as familiar with, just because I'm stuck in the north, right? In the northern hemisphere in New York. So both hemispheres can have their own showers. But the radiant point for this one, if I switch back to Stellarium, this is what our skies look like in the northern hemisphere in New York. Let's go to current time here. Looks like we are. So this meteor shower is the Quadrantids. And you can see that's in the northern part of the sky. Northeastern. And as you go towards the equator and into the southern hemisphere, you lose those stars and this location in the sky. You don't get to see that because you end up with another part of the celestial sphere. So this shower isn't going to be great for those in the southern hemisphere, but I definitely recommend checking out some other opportunities that may come up in the near future for you. I'm not super familiar with what might be out there for the southern hemisphere readily, but the nice part about this stream is that you can sort of tune in to see what the skies are like in our area, at the very least, and catch some of the quadrantids and see what they're like. So thank you for tuning in. So I also asked what time is the shower. For us here, the radiant point is above the horizon now. So our chances get better and better as the night goes on, as that radiant point continues to rise up across the sky. The best time to view these will be around 3 or 4 a.m. when this point is nice and high up. We can actually travel through time in this software, and I can show you it continues to rise up in the sky. And around 3 and 4 a.m. it's nice and high. Again, they're not all going to come directly from this point. They're not just all going to be sequestered around Bootes and Draco and Hercules and the Big Dipper. They can stretch across the sky. They can appear over here. The main point with whether it's a quadrantid or not, whether that meteor that you're seeing is quadrantid or not, is whether you can trace it back to this radiant point. Can you bring it back to that location? That's what makes a quadrantid. If it's coming across the sky from south to west, that's not a quadrantid. That's moving perpendicular to that path that you should be able to trace. So keep that in mind when you're on the hunt for these. Some of them might not be quadrantids. Sai says they witnessed something like this in 97, 99. Interesting. Yeah, that meteor showers can happen. There's several of them, many of them throughout the entire year. I mean, you can see right now, even though the quadrantids are peaking in our area, we also have these minorids. We have the cancerids, the geminids. There's a bunch of other meteor showers that aren't at their peak, but they're going on right now. So that's what's sort of neat is, we might get more than the quadrantids tonight. So that's pretty neat. You were able to experience something, a meteor shower like this one in the past. Asmode says they were able to see Halley's Comet in '86, and it was the most amazing moment of their childhood. Yeah, I've heard some brilliant things about Halley's Comet as well as Comet Hale-Bopp. So yeah, some of the comets that we've had over the past several decades have been brilliant. Comet Leonard was great as well. I still haven't had the chance to spot that one, and we're running out of time on it as well, but there's some great images from it that you can look up. And more recently, the one I did get to see was Comet Neowise back in late July of 2020. That one was pretty bright. And a little bit more accessible. It didn't hug the horizon as much as Leonard has, at least from what I remember. So Dave asks, can we show you the 20-inch while we wait? I'm trying to think how I could do that. Oh, that could work. Well, let me take a quick look outside. And what we can do is I can set up my mirrorless camera, and I can take you into the 20-inch. That's a good idea. It'll be a good test to make sure that camera's working before we send it outside. Yeah, that's a good plan. Let's do that. And actually, I'll have to put it just outside the door too eventually, because I need it to adapt to the conditions. So that'll be a good way to get that started. So I'm going to put that camera on a tripod. So I'm going to get that going. Monitor the chat while I do that. Well, thanks for tuning in, Brandon. We were happy to have you. Yeah, we will see if we can spot anything. This stream will be available as well after the fact. Usually I try and go back and locate all the meteor locations and put them in a timestamp in the video description. So if we actually get to see some meteors tonight, you can look forward to that. Currently, I'm just getting my tripod going. Oh, actually, while I do that, I will briefly mention again that if you are in a position to support Kopernik, we do have a special, I guess, promotion, you'd call it, going on right now, where if you're able to donate $50 or more, you do get a special exclusive James Webb ornament that we 3D printed. It has the date commemorating the launch date on the back, December 25th. It has the acronym JWST inscribed on the back, and then the actual ornament is a depiction of the 18-segment mirror, the primary mirror that James Webb uses. It's about 1/100th scale. If you were able to blow this mirror up, or this ornament up 100 times, that'd be the size of James Webb. So I have a little clip here, and also a New Year's, New Year's message that we put together, talking a little bit about this. And again, if you want to donate to get that ornament and also support us, the link is in our video description. You can donate on PayPal there, and we'll be able to ship it to anyone within the continental U.S. So keep that in mind if you are international at all. We won't be able to ship this ornament to you as of right now. We appreciate your support if you can do so, but at the moment we won't be able to. So only within the U.S., in the continental U.S., are we able to send that out. But while I'm getting this camera set up so we can take a tour of the 20-inch telescope, let's take a look at this video briefly. Greetings and Happy New Year from Kopernik Observatory and Science Center. 2021 has undoubtedly been a challenging year for us all, but we are glad we were able to safely support our community of lifelong learners through both virtual and in-person programming. 2021 was also an extraordinary year in space, kicking off with the landing of Mars rover Perseverance in February and the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope in December. Now, as we look to 2022, we are excited once again to be your guide through the cosmos. While we are winding down our in-person programming as we head into the winter season, look out for ways to connect with us on our social platforms and on YouTube. In fact, we are planning an observing live stream for January 3rd at 10 p.m. that will cover the Quadrantid Meteor Shower. Further out, we have a couple of lunar eclipses on our radar, and of course we're going to discuss the first light images that come down from James Webb in the next several months. Stay tuned for some announcements on in-person programming as well. In the end, there's a lot to look forward to, and we thank you for your continued support. From all of us here at Kopernik Observatory, we wish you a happy and healthy new year, and we will see you in 2022.
Throughout 2022, Kopernik will continue to develop a new strategic plan that will position us to more deeply engage in STEM education both in the school classroom and out in the community. If you are in a position to help us with a monetary donation, please see the link in this video's description. For contributions of $50 or more, Kopernik will send you an exclusive James Webb Space Telescope ornament commemorating the December 25th launch. This 3D printed ornament measures in at 6.75 centimeters, approximating a 1/100 scale of the spacecraft's 6.5 meter primary mirror. Inscribed on the back of the ornament, you'll find the acronym JWST and the launch date. We offer this gift as just a small thank you for your continuous support and in celebration of the successful launch of James Webb.
Okay, and we're back. Again, we thank you for any support you can provide for us, both through donations and through your viewership, or subscribing to our YouTube channel for future content. We'd love to have you back on our future streams. Still setting up the camera to get that going for a tour of the 20-inch while we, again, wait for the skies to clear out a little bit. Which they, according to the forecast, they will. So we're going to brave that until that forecast says otherwise. This is really tangled up, huh? Well, that's alright. We'll survive. So, yeah, we'll see if that'll work. I need my USB cord for it. Should work fine. Let's see if we can get the computer to know what I'd like it to do. This is always the software that Sony provides to remote capture seems to conflict sometimes with our streaming, our OBS. Seems to get confused on what we want it to actually do. So let's see if it'll behave tonight. Any other questions I missed here? Oh, I think it did pick it up. Well, that's exciting for once. Look at that. First attempt. I shouldn't jinx myself. Okay, let me answer this question here before I get the camera set up and we'll tour the 20. Daniel asks, for looking at planets, do you prefer a reflecting telescope or a refractor? If we're talking specifically at Kopernik, with the equipment that we have here, I really enjoy looking at the planets through our huge refractor, our 6-inch f12 refractor. So it's like a really long focal length scope and pretty sizable aperture as well, and that equates to some really powerful magnification that you can push on the clear, good seeing nights. So I love that scope for planetary viewing visually. The 20-inch reflector that I'm going to show you in a moment is also very good at capturing planetary data, but it is not a visual scope. It is a camera-operated scope only. We did used to have it as a visual scope, but we transitioned that over to a camera-equipped reflecting telescope. Just due to its size, it's ideal for astrophotography and even data capture if we when and if we collaborate with a university or something like that. So we'll take a tour of that scope in a moment, but I also really like my reflecting Newtonian for planetary capture. It does a good job as well. So again, I don't I guess I don't super have a preference unless you're talking about specifically what we have on site here. And in that case, it would be the refractor. That's a great question. All right, I gotta share that live feed with you. So what we are going to do is I'm going to duplicate that. Add camera feed, window capture. Look at that, it picks it right up. OBS is a great piece of software. If you're looking to learn how to start streaming, OBS is the way to go. There's a learning curve to it for sure, but it's just such a fantastic piece of open source software. Oops. I'm just sizing up the window so you can actually see my camera feed when we go out to the 20. I should add a filter to that. Bear with me here. We're going to go on a tour in just a moment. Before I do, I'm going to check the skies though, so we know where we stand with... What time is it? Almost midnight, so we should be clearing out. Oops. Alright, I think we are set up where you can now see my camera. My other camera. Now the trouble is, how are you going to hear me? Well, I'll bring the camera in there and have it set up with the lights on, and I'll talk about it back in here. I think that's the solution to it. All right. So let's check the weather conditions first, and then we will go on a tour once I report back. Okay. So I'm going to check the forecast on my phone here, and also on atmosphere or astrosphere, excuse me, because it is still flurrying out there and still a little cloudy. I'm not sure. See, it just keeps the the I guess the goalposts almost keep getting pushed here. Because now it says it's going to continue snowing into midnight, and then it's going to still be cloudy at 1 a.m. and maybe even into 2 a.m. and then maybe they'll clear at 3 a.m. Oh boy, we must really be getting some lake effect stuff or something because this was not expected. Let's see what Astrospheric has to say. Because even bigger snowflakes were landing on my glasses when I went out there than before, which is not what I was expecting at all. Let's load this up and wait. Get new forecast. Just that cloud cover prediction just keeps going. Yeah, I mean, right now this is what we were seeing before, where the clouds start to move off, but that's not what I'm seeing right now. And other forecasts are reporting snowing through midnight. Huh. Alright. Well, let's wait it out a bit more. We're going to see what happens. If this, if it just isn't meant to be, it's not meant to be. Sometimes that happens with Binghamton. Although I feel like we've had a couple streams now where it was like this. What was our last one? Oh, no, actually the lunar eclipse, it did... We were worried that we weren't going to see it at all back in November. But it did clear up eventually. And we got to see just after maximum eclipse. So that's what I was remembering. We stayed up all night for that one, though. This one, I'm not sure if we will do the same. Just because, the lunar eclipse was, I think, perhaps a little more exciting. But we shall see. That's not where I wanted to be. Go back to Binghamton. We're going to go on a tour of the 20-inch telescope. And again, like I said, I will have to set it up inside and then come back in here to chat with you about what you're seeing. So if you haven't seen the 20-inch telescope, that's where we're going to go now. So you'll see me walk outside this door to the domes. I got the... This should be a live feed. Let's see if it'll respond. Yep. So this is the camera. I'm on the webcam, and you can see me operating swiveling the mirrorless camera behind me back and forth. That's the Sony cam. And that's what will be the wide field image of the sky outside, if we are able to get that set up eventually. And then this camera here again will be the all sky image, seeing everything, the whole entire sky Kopernik has to offer. Alright. So I'm going to move this into the 20-inch dome, and I'll be back to chat with you about what it looks like in there. Make sure we get some slack from the extension cable. Shut my door again. Okay. So, uh-oh. Why'd it stop? It says it was disconnected. I don't think it was. Maybe it was, though. Let's find out. Ah, there we go. All right, we're back in business. Wait a little bit here. Okay. So, what you're seeing there in that view is the 20-inch reflector at Kopernik. It's a little bit hard to get a sense of scale, and if we were doing this tour in person, and I had a microphone set up on that camera ready to go, I would give you a little tour inside the dome myself there, but it's 20 inches in diameter. That's the diameter of the primary mirror at the base of the telescope. I can kind of point things out with my mouse here for you. At the base of the telescope, there's the 20-inch primary mirror, and at the top, at the center, there's a secondary mirror. So the light comes through the top of the tube and hits this primary mirror at the base. That mirror is slightly curved, and that curvature brings all the light it collects into a cone of light, a cone shape. So you have all this light focusing down towards a point, and that point is at the secondary mirror. The secondary mirror collects all that light and then bounces it back down, because otherwise it just goes shooting off back into space, right? That's not what you want. You want to bring it back down to capture it. So it goes down through the tube, bounces off the big mirror, up to the second, and back down to the eyepiece area. And down here is where we have our camera equipment. And I can show you a closer look at that when I go back inside. But we have a camera stack that includes the CCD sensor, the filter wheel, so you can bring out detail in other objects. You can do RGB filters and so forth. And then you have a focuser that's controlled and operated by the computer system, which I can also show you when I go back in. So the dome itself, you can see the door across the way here. You have a latch on the bottom that falls down, and then you also have a garage door mechanism for the upper 2/3, 3/4 or so of the window. So that opens up like a garage door, that falls down, and that's your window to the sky. And of course that means you'll have to rotate it if you want to see anything. You'll have to rotate it around. So it's a really sizable telescope. The gear drives you see on this mount are massive. We actually have a window that shows you what the gears look like. They're nearly as big in diameter as the scope itself. And this is all operated by computer. So you can manually move this telescope, but there's not a great reason to, and you can get the hyper accuracy of the computer system. And on top of that, the camera system is also controlled by the same computer. So we have a desk set up that I'll show you that we operate everything from there. It is still inside the dome. There may be a time where we build some kind of remote system that we can, or even just remotely access from any computer anywhere. Someone can just chime in when the scope's set up and operate it. That would be a cool addition that has been in discussions by the Astronomical Society. But beyond that, it's a just great all-around telescope. The way it's currently configured, it gets really fairly narrow fields, so you're talking pretty small objects, but that's appropriate for a scope of this size. It's collecting enough light where you can really zoom in on things. Yes, and as Astronomy Web points out, it's really big, really nice, and really expensive. That is for sure. Are there any questions about this scope? I'd be happy to answer them. I know some people that have that are in the chat right now are pretty familiar with our scopes here, but if there's anyone new that would like to ask about it, I'd be happy to answer. Oh, Stacy's updating on the skies here that it's very snowy and cloudy down in the south, down south, just south of us. We had a moment when I first got here. The skies were clear. Orion was shining nice and bright. I saw like maybe 80% of the sky, at least. But then it just really quickly clouded up, and it hasn't gotten better since. Even though it says it's supposed to. Okay, yep, that's what I saw on Astrospheric, is it looks like that's been pushed to 1 o'clock now. That we'll see significant improvement. So here's hoping. Again, it does seem like that window just keeps getting pushed every time we we mention it. So we'll continue to monitor the skies here. Haley asks, when was the last time you used it? Frequently or occasionally? So I'm currently in training for this scope. And there's actually a couple of us that are training on it, which will open up a lot more opportunity to utilize it. There are a couple of Astro Society members that do great work with it and have taken amazing data, which we do have even some of that posted inside the dome itself. Again, when I do a little pan around in there, I'll show you a couple of the different features, including the images that we have posted on the wall. But yeah, now that we're getting some more people trained on it, you'll see a lot more of the 20-inch up at Kopernik. We'll be able to use that camera equipment a lot more and do more presentations inside the dome. And what also I'd like to do, this setup that's in there would be absolutely perfect for live streams, because there's a desk, there's a computer. You're able to operate the camera and the telescope all from that one device. I can show you how that's done. It's definitely ideal. So we'll continue to work on that and get that. I'll continue to train on it, and hopefully we'll be able to do a live stream in 2022 on it. Maybe even do a couple. That is my hope and my plan at the moment. So, we try to get it operational every moonless Friday night is the goal of it. It's a little bit overpowered for observing the moon, and the moon also blocks out a lot of the objects that are out there. So really, on moon nights, it's mostly just used for testing. But moonless Friday nights is when we want to actually have it actively used, because that's when we have public coming up on site to look through our telescopes. So that's a good opportunity for it to demonstrate its use. Now, beyond that, the Astronomical Society are able to come up and utilize it on their own time. So it is used more frequently than just, once or twice a month. There's other people coming up to use it just to capture their own data, which is a benefit of the Astro Society, the Astro Club that we have here. Thanks for tuning in, Stacy, as always. We were so happy to have you on the stream tonight. Hopefully we do get to see something from the skies, despite the cloudy conditions. But as always, I think the chats that we have in the stream are always incredibly productive, all the same, despite the cloudy weather that we get. So thanks for tuning in. S-Mode says, we're west of you and in clear still, so hopefully that means clear skies are coming your way. Yeah, usually that clear skies in the west means they're going to come this way, because the winds seem to tend to move west to east and push the clouds off that way. And more or less that's kind of what the radar's showing, but it also seems like we're dealing with this cloud that's very northwestern, southeastern oriented, so it's kind of been building up there and coming down while also moving east. So it's a little bit weird from what I was seeing in the radar. But yeah, thank you for that data point, because again, clear skies in the west usually mean clear skies in our area. Joe's reporting that it's snowing lightly in Endicott, but there are also some stars. Okay, that is promising too. Maybe we're finally starting to break through that cloud cover, and the snow will wind down, and we'll be able to set up our cameras outside. Yes, Haley, the views are incredible that we can get out of the 20-inch. When it was a visual scope, where you could look directly through it, it was pretty fantastic. But to some capacity, you have diminishing returns between the 14-inch that we have in our dome, one of the smaller domes, and then the 20-inch. So the objects definitely look brighter, and you're able to see more in the 20 versus the 14, but it doesn't look significantly better to a point where even in some cases, some of the objects I looked at, I wouldn't notice the difference. It's there, but it's not readily noticeable. So that's where cameras come in. And what I always like to point out with that is that cameras can pick up that difference to a greater effect. So if you compare the 14-inch to the 20-inch, you put the same camera system on both, the 20-inch is going to blow that 14-inch out of the water in good seeing conditions. It's capturing just that much more light that you're able to do a lot of good work on it. The 14-inch is no slouch, mind you, but the 20-inch is that much better. So, again, the bigger the light bucket that you can have, the better images that you're going to get from it. That's why they just launched the James Webb Space Telescope as somewhat of a successor to the Hubble Space Telescope. It's a massive mirror. It's 6.5 meters. And the amount of data that's going to come back from that once it's finally set up and capturing data in the next several months. It's going to be world-changing, some of the science that we do on that scope. Oh, Haley, you're from Idaho. Okay. Well, we're happy to have you on the stream here. And I'm sorry to hear it is snowy there as well. I wish we had clear skies during this meteor shower, but even we're having some troubles. Oh, thanks for tuning in, Sea Shields. We were happy to have you. And we appreciate you and your support, and your continued support. So thanks for tuning in. So why don't I'm going to jump into the 20-inch dome now, and I'll do a little pan around the room, and you can see some of the equipment that I talked about. And then if you have any final questions about the 20, feel free to put those in the chat, and I'll answer them when I come back. I will definitely take a peek outside to see what the skies are doing as well on my way out. Okay. Still snowing down on my glasses when I went outside. I have not seen any stars as of yet up on the hill here, but hopefully we're going to break through soon. So I just did a little pan around the room there where you got to see our computer system. You saw a couple of monitors there. One would operate the scope, the other operates the camera system. And then you saw some of the image galleries we have around the room depicting galaxies, nebula, star clusters. We can see it all through that scope. It's a brilliant piece of equipment. And I did a close-up of the camera stack as well. So you got to see the bottom. On the bottom was the image sensor, the CCD sensor, and then you have the filter wheel and the focuser on top. So it's a really nice piece of kit, and we're planning on a couple upgrades yet. And we're pretty excited to see that through. So the 20-inch will continue to improve, as well as our other scopes. Oh, Lauren says, looking forward to getting my ornament, hopefully in time to put away with this year's tree decoration so I can find it next year. Yes. I was, this was an idea I came up with around when James Webb was supposed to launch, which was the 22nd. And my original plan was to put the date on it. And because it didn't launch that day, I'm like, okay, well, we're going to have to wait. So then it finally launched on the 25th. And I started churning some out, and it seemed like an appropriate thing to, just as a small thank you, to provide to our supporters here at Kopernik. So I'm thank you for donating, and yeah, we'll get that out to you soon. This week we're planning to ship out that first batch that we received donations for, so look out for that. And again, if anyone else is interested in that ornament, it is a 1/100th scale depiction of the 18-segment mirror array. So the actual mirror, much like the 20-inch telescope we're seeing here. This telescope has a mirror. The James Webb has a mirror as well. That mirror is made up of separate hexagonal components, and they are pieced together to make up that 6.5 meter mirror. So this ornament is 1/100th scale, so blow it up 100 times. It's the same size as the real mirror, and it's a 3D printed item. So it is all one piece, which is kind of neat to see that added. Watching this thing build itself out was incredibly cool. As 3D printing, additive manufacturing in general is really fun to watch. They're not handmade per se, but they're homemade. I think is fair to qualify it with. And you also, with the ornament, you do get a commemorative box that is James Webb themed, with the classic hexagonal design. So that comes with it, and it's a nice thing to store it away till next year. That's something we wanted to provide for that reason, because we knew this was going to come after the holidays. You won't be using it probably till next year. Of course, I mean, hang it anywhere. It's a neat design all the same that you could keep year round if you wanted to, but otherwise, if the plan is to pack it away, yeah, you'll want to get it sooner than later and have a place to put it. So we're going to give you a nice little box to keep it in too, which I showed in that video earlier. So if you want to get an ornament of your own, there is a link in this video's description. It gives you a little bit of information. We can only ship them within the continental U.S. And on top of that, you do need to, it is a $50 threshold for the donation, and it's just our small way of saying thank you for your support. You all are what keep Kopernik going. In the end, we're a nonprofit organization. We get support through our programming, but this counts as that. We get support through our contributors and our viewers and our attendees. So we want to thank you so much for that. Burkby says, can this be seen without a telescope? It can, yes. In fact, I recommend that you view this event with just your eyes. There is... this is a wide field event. The more of the sky that you can see, the better, because the meteors can happen pretty much anywhere. If you're fighting clouds, like we are, you want to look for the clearest part of the sky. Just find whatever window you have and look in that zone and hope you see something come through that window. But otherwise, you want to just look at as much of the sky as possible. That's what we want to do here with our all-sky camera. This will show us a full view of the sky so we can capture any meteor that comes our way. Thanks for tuning in, Haley. P. Scott says or asks, when will the peak be? So I've heard a couple of different reports that it was predicted to have been this morning in our area, so just before sunrise. That's when our peak was, leading into the daytime. The problem with this meteor shower is the peak can happen during the day when the sun is up, depending on where you are in the world. So, but the strongest peak for this shower is estimated to be only about 6 hours long, but that's not to say that you can't see these meteors. Even over the course of a month, you'll see some of them. It all just depends on how big the debris, how dense the debris field you're passing through is. If you pass through a particularly hyper-dense part of the debris field, that's where you'll see a lot more meteors. The peak will be stronger, and so forth. If you pass through a weaker part, and it's not a fairly large debris field, the meteor shower isn't going to have long tails on either side. It's not going to last as long. You won't have as much opportunity. They're a little unpredictable, because if you think about this abstract volumetric debris field of material in space that's always changing because that material is moving around and it's in orbit, that becomes a challenging physical problem to solve, to understand what that material will do next. And when we pass by it again in a year, what is the state of it? So, and these debris fields are usually made up of very small particles. It's not large chunks of asteroids or anything. It's pebbles, it's gravel, dust, very small particulate matter. Queen M says, I'm located in the central coast of California, and online it says I will be able to see them around 10:50 p.m. Pacific time. That adds up for the most part, yeah. For us, around 10 and 11 is when the radiant point of this meteor shower started to rise above the horizon. So that should be the same roughly for the west coast, is around 10 or 11 o'clock. That same radiant point will rise above your horizon. So yeah, that you should, with clear skies, you should start being able to see them around that time. We haven't been able to test that officially because we're still fighting clouds right now. I am curious to see if there's any updates on that. Let's find out if the forecast has changed at all. Oh, Daniel says they're going to head off. How often do you guys stream? So, we definitely try to cover all the major astronomical events where we can. So that includes big meteor showers, eclipses, planetary conjunctions. But I also like to do regular streams that aren't necessarily for big astro events, but more just to tour around the night sky, see what's out there, look at deep sky objects, look at planets. So, on average, I like to do at least one per month, but preferably I try and get 2 done per month. And even ideally somewhere down the line, maybe we'll get down to 1 per week, which would be great. But there's a little bit of logistics involved there. This isn't my only job, of course. I'm also an educator here at Kopernik, so I have to balance my time there. But on top of it, it's also resource management. And we're trying to sort of build this live stream initiative up to where we can do regular streams, and hopefully that will pan out. As time goes by, we'll become more regular and even do some video content that isn't live stream exclusive. I think that would be neat as well. So great question, yeah. We're trying to bump up how many streams we do, but at the moment I've been doing about one per month at least. Let's see. S-Mode says, the portable planetarium looks awesome. Wish I had known about that when my kids were younger and I had to plan birthday parties and school events. Yeah, the portable planetarium is relatively new for us. We've had it for a couple years now, but it's a fairly new component to Kopernik, and we were going to use it for our Holiday Horizons program. We did have to cancel that event, though, just because of the surge in cases of COVID that have been happening everywhere. There's a little bit of concern of using that planetarium, and also just the amount of people that we were expecting that night. But it is a great tool for us, and what's great about it is we can bring it around everywhere. We only just got, over the past year, a dome, an inflatable dome that fits within our building, which is great because now we can use it here as well as elsewhere. It was originally just a travel initiative for us. Now it's also a component of Kopernik, which is great to have. So yeah, we hope to continue to build programming up for that as time goes by, and you'll see more and more of the KPP, the Kopernik Portable Planetarium, as we call it. Let's see what the app is saying. Partly cloudy, 1 a.m., partly cloudy, 2 a.m., partly cloudy, 3 a.m., clear. Alright, we will see what happens. Alrighty, let's see what we have here. Do that. There we go. How many subscribers are we at? Did we get to tonight? Just out of curiosity. Oh, well, that's pretty good. Bumped up quite a bit. I thank you guys for your support on that front. We're nearly to 2,800. We're at 2,782. Making our way to the 3,000 level. Alright, so let's skip around the clock here and see what 12 a.m., a little bit of clouds, 1 a.m., much improvement. And it's also reporting improvements in transparency and seeing, so that's good news. I'm going to mount the ZWO camera on the tripod, so I'll be able to just send that out when it's time. Maybe I'll get that set up too. I have my other camera set up. Let me set up this on the stream as well, so you guys can get a sense of I can get the tripod to work. You guys can get a sense of what the field of view looks like in here. Why is the one camera stopped working again? I wonder if this this cord is failing. I mean, it won't be the worst thing if the wide field camera fails. That's more of an extra for us tonight. It's not necessary for monitoring the sky. The big camera that we want to work is the all-sky camera, so that's the one I want to test right now. So the cool part about this camera is there's a little 3.5 millimeter, 3.5? Is that right? No, it's not. That's a headphone jack size. I can't remember the diameter of the tripod mount, but as a tripod mount directly embedded in the chassis, so you can just hook that directly up to a tripod and it'll point straight up in the sky, which is what we want it to do. Have a good night, Lauren. Thanks for tuning in. Here's hoping we get to catch some meteors tonight. And Landrake from Indiana, reporting very clear skies in their area. Excellent. Have you seen any meteors, Landrake? Any meteors come your way tonight? Again, bear with me as I set up the next camera for tonight. It's pretty stable. Let's go here, rise it up. Okay, and then we gotta get the next cable. Where did I put that? I think it's in here. Hopefully that'll be long enough for us tonight. I'm gonna switch because for whatever reason that wide field camera stopped working. I'll switch back to the weather forecast so we can monitor that in the interim. If I just pop this out, pop it back in. Oh, that didn't work. this. Let's see if we can get this camera going. This is a different application that I'll need to prepare here. Ooh, excuse me. All right. So, in the... Oh, wait, you can't see that yet. Hang on. That looks good. Okay. Happy has alien life show up yet? Not so far. So far, all we have is a room. The room I'm in right now. Maybe you can... Yeah, you can see my hand wave in there. Although it's a little blurred. Let's see, can I crank that? Let's see. Oh yeah, because it's a half second of lag here. Let's bring that down and bring the gain up. Yeah. Now you should be able to see my hand a little bit less blurry, maybe. Whoop. There we go. A little bit less blurry. Hello. So I wanted to demonstrate for you all that this is the kind of view that we get out of the all-sky camera. It's going to show us majority of the sky, almost a full view of horizon to horizon. So it's really powerful for us during a meteor shower where meteors can happen pretty much anywhere. Now, before this, I'm going to switch back here. We're still experiencing cloudy conditions in our area. I should update this so it says January 4th. So we are no longer January 3rd. It's January 4th now. How about that? Another day into 2022. So the sky conditions, according to the weather report, are still a little iffy. It's 12:40 a.m. As we approach 1 a.m., it's supposed to improve. Still dealing with a little bit of cloud cover here. Alright, so I'm going to take a trip outside. Now that I know the ZWO is working, that means all we will have to do is set it up outside. I can't do that until I know it stopped snowing, though. I'll be right back. I'm going to check on the status of the weather. We have stars. And it's still snowing a tiny bit, but not enough to cause any real damage to this equipment, so I'm going to send it out, and we shall see what we see. Hopefully it clears up more and more as time goes by. Get out the door here. Thank you. Alright, so what I'll need to do now is pump up the exposure settings on the camera so we can actually see something out there. Usually that does require about 5 seconds or so. Let's see if that'll do it for us. Yeah, we're starting to see some stars. Let's go even further to 10 seconds. 10. Ooh, that's chilly. Okay, yeah. We're starting to see, let's bring the gain up a little bit more here. It might be too much, but we'll find out. Okay, it definitely needs to be up higher, but maybe not that much higher. So, here's what I have so far. We're still seeing some haze. But that's what we're monitoring on our camera outside at the moment. This video feed is updating every 5 seconds, which you should be able to track by the rate of the clouds that you see moving in the field of view. I'm going to make the note that the current conditions outside are now hazy instead of cloudy. There's quite a few stars are getting through now. There we go. And now we monitor the skies. What's cool about this is we can also see how the forecast is changing. If it will, in theory, it's supposed to continue to clear up. So now we can prove whether that'll happen or not. Now, if you can see my mouse, yep, you can. You can see the Orion constellation right over here. This is where the Orion Nebula is. This is Orion's belt. Up here is Betelgeuse. You have his other shoulder here. Down below are the legs. Here's Taurus the Bull. Little V shape there. Near Taurus the Bull is the star cluster Pleiades. So you can see this little bunch of stars. Little fuzzy spot there, that's the Pleiades open star cluster. Now, I wish I could move the camera a little further out, but I am limited on the size of my extension cable. So we will hopefully in future meteor shower streams we can improve upon that. But for now, this is as far as I can move it from the building. But it's kind of cool to see the domes of our observatory in the field of view. You got the 20-inch dome here, the 14-inch dome there, 14 and 20. And this is where I am, right inside these doors, monitoring how things are going. And it does look to be clearing up more and more. All right, now in our field of view, I have just added a compass direction, so you know what we're looking at and where we're looking at it. So these are our domes at Kopernik Observatory, our 20-inch and our 14-inch dome. And then right around this corner of the building here is where you'll find due north. In fact, I think... yeah, that's Polaris right there. Do you see that star right there in our field of view? That is the North Star. Almost lines right up with our corner of our building. Isn't that neat? This is the tail, swoops down, and that's the cup of the Little Dipper. So the Polaris, the North Star, is at the tail end of the Little Dipper. Oh, I see someone just asked that question. Yep, that is where the North Star is. Right just above the corner of the building there. And then the Big Dipper's right over here. Here's the cup, and here's the handle. Just dipping below our building. So the radiant point of the shower is somewhere in here. But that is, again, is fairly inconsequential. The meteors can appear anywhere. They can radiate out this way, come to it. So the idea is they'll appear to radiate from that point in the sky, but they really can come from just about anywhere across it. It will continue to improve as the night goes on, as it rises higher and higher. And the forecast is reporting that skies will remain clear in our area for that time. So we will continue to watch the skies for meteors here to see what crops up. I am available to answer any questions anyone has. I see we're occasionally getting some new viewers, so we welcome those to our observing live stream. This is the first time I've monitored the Quadrantid Meteor Shower. The last one I did was the Perseids back in August, and we decided to give this winter one a try to start off the new year. This field of view is being updated every 5 seconds. It's recording 5 seconds worth of light in the sky, so that means if there is a meteor, it will show up as a streak across the sky, and for all intents and purposes, it will show up like that to your eye as well. That is what it would look like to your eye. It's just a quick little bright streak across the sky. Well, that's what we're on the hunt for. Well, I can take the current conditions hazy because we're seeing a good portion of the sky. If you see a meteor, by the way, report in the chat so we can confirm, because we can always click back in the video to see if one showed up. So, looking in the chat here for some questions, which I'm happy to answer questions if anyone has any about this shower, about astronomy in general. That's what I'm here for. Landrick says, when will the next meteor shower appear after this one? As I understand it, the next decent meteor shower is the Lyrids. I think that's in April. I can't remember the exact dates, but Lyrid meteor shower. That one's not great. It's not terrible, but it's not great as far as meteor rate. But it's still, still a meteor show. So I'd say it's worth checking out. The Perseids are the better ones in the month of August. But I think we're going to run into a full moon, or very close to a full moon this year, which really puts a damper on them. Last year they were pretty good, 2021 that is, because the moon wasn't in our way. We could get around it because it was close to new moon, just like it is tonight for the Quadrantids. So you do have to avoid the moon when you can with these showers. Pamela says, if it wasn't so cold, I'd head outside to see if I could see the showers from here. Yeah, that is the issue, is that the conditions are very, very cold at the moment. Last I saw it was 14 degrees or so, maybe lower. So, yeah, not weather you really want to lay down outside at and look up at the sky, unfortunately. That's why I am monitoring this from the radio room at Kopernik and using our all-sky camera to show you the entire thing. And that has its benefit because you can actually see the entire sky all at once. Even with your eyes, you have to pick and choose where you're going to look for these meteors. But this camera allows you to see just about everything you can. Oh, S-Mode says there's the ones in August and they come for their birthday. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that's a pretty cool present, I'd say, to have a meteor shower around your birthday. Yeah, those are the Perseids. Perseid meteor showers in August. Those are great ones. Now, meteor showers are unpredictable. It's hard to determine what we'll ultimately end up with. And this is the first Quadrantid Meteor Shower I'm monitoring. It's not one I've explored in the past, again, because in part it's usually pretty cold, sadly. But monitoring it this way isn't so bad, like I said. And so I'm really not sure what to expect from these. You know, the rate at maximum peak is expected to be 120 up to 120 per hour, which is quite a bit. That means at peak you should be seeing one, or actually two, every single minute. So far in monitoring, I have not seen one yet, but make sure the camera is properly updating here. I remember during the Perseids we had some weird issue, but it looks like this one's going still. Alright, jumping back into the chat here. Oh, I gotta bring that up on my screen. There we go. So I can continue to monitor it. Again, if you catch a meteor in the field of view, a bright meteor would look very much like what we see in the thumbnail of this video. When you clicked on the video, there should have been a picture. Giving you an idea of what an all-sky camera like this would show you, what a meteor would look like. A bright streak across the sky. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're on the hunt for. So jumping into the chat again. Oh, interesting. Something being brought to my attention here. So it sounds like there's enough reporting at an area around Pittsburgh that there was a meteor that exploded over it around, was this New Year's Day? Oh, on Saturday. So yeah, New Year's Day. I don't know much more about it. This is actually the first it's brought to my attention, but that is fascinating. That does happen from time to time, where they make it close enough to Earth and there's enough, the right chemistry inside it, the right content, to actually force it to explode before ever hitting the planet. And that causes some colossal vibrations and sound that can damage, like it can break windows. If loud enough, it could even cause, be a health hazard to your hearing. If you're close enough to the impact zone or the detonation zone, so to speak. And yeah, that's a pretty fascinating one. I'll have to read more up on that one. But thanks for bringing that one to my attention. Yeah, this isn't an abnormal thing by any means. Meteors can make it to Earth. They can almost make it to Earth and explode in the atmosphere. Or, like what we'll see tonight, if we do get to see one, they can just almost immediately burn up once they touch the atmosphere. Most meteors just immediately burn up. Burkby asks, how can it be predicted with accuracy when peak times will be? So, there's limited accuracy, I will say. Even, the day of, a couple days before, they really aren't exactly sure when peak will hit. They have a rough idea of how long it might be, and they have a rough idea of when it could hit, but it's not an exact, because it's based on modeling and simulations rather than careful and direct observations of these debris fields. And that's the problem to start, is these debris fields are made of small material. It's very hard and difficult to predict what that material will do every year when we come into contact with it. So what you have to do is model how it's replenished by its parent body, be it a comet or in this case an asteroid field, or sorry, not an asteroid field, an asteroid. And then, how does that cloud of debris move in the solar system? And that's all very carefully studied, and enough parameters are obtained to build out a simulation. And that simulation is ultimately what will predict, or where the predictions come from. But we do know peaks will happen around the same time each year, because the Earth is coming into contact with that debris field at the same time. But the definitive peak is what's challenging. Like, it's unlikely that we'll be able to report with great confidence that the peak will happen at such and such time on such and such day. We can try, but it might be wrong. It's a very somewhat chaotic process, these debris fields. That's a great question. S-Mode says, is the one in southwest PA from this meteor shower just some random space rock? Hard to say. More likely it was just a random space rock. The actual dynamics of the parent body for this meteor shower are still they need to be studied in more detail. The meteor shower is known for fireballs, so bigger material can come from this shower. But something large enough to make it well through the atmosphere and then explode on top of it? Unclear, I would say. Oh, no, Pamela, that's a great question. They're asking, so as a true newbie, why are they called Quadrantid meteors? I have no problem talking about this. If you think about other meteor showers you may have heard of, the Perseids, the Orionids, the Leonids, the Taurids, they're all based on constellation names. And known constellation names, among the 88 constellations that are mapping out the sky today. So reasonable to assume that the Quadrantids are also based on a constellation, and that would be a true statement. Except the constellation in question there no longer exists as far as we're concerned in astronomy. The way the sky is mapped out, it's mapped out into 88 constellations, and that's how we map out objects in the sky, where things are located. Such and such object is located in Ursa Major, something like that, right? So this Quadrantid was named, the Quadrantid meteor shower was named after a constellation that existed from about 1700 to the early 1900s. And that was Quadrans Muralis, its name was. So it's a defunct constellation, we don't use it anymore. And it's located almost smack dab in the middle of Ursa Major, Bootes, and Draco the Dragon. If you want to get a sense of where it's located in the sky. In fact, right now, Draco the Dragon is up in here, swooping up this way. The Big Dipper is here. That's part of Ursa Major. So there's the Big Dipper. And then Bootes is coming up down here behind the building. So the Quadrantids are radiating right from around this point in the sky. So it's slowly making its way up above the building there. And that gives you a good idea of how this shower's working and why it's called the Quadrantids. Excuse me. In short, it's named after a constellation. It's just a defunct constellation. Another fantastic question. I saw that figure in my quick research us mode that it was equivalent to 30 tons of TNT. That is a massive explosion. So that was easily observed, both, I'm sure, visually and auditorily through humans on the ground. They definitely saw and heard that. I don't know about you guys, but so far, no luck as far as spotting a meteor. Oh, thank you again, Jumai. Really appreciate the super chat. Again, those that are tuning in, super chats are a great way to support Kopernik. It's a good way to ask a question if you like, and support our future live streams. We are a non-profit organization, and we're privately run, so a lot of our operations come from... Oh, here's one! Oh, no, never mind. Oh, that tricked me. I had hope that was... Especially because it was kind of radiating from the quadrantid point. Let me ask you guys, can you guess what that is in the camera feed? Right above the building there? Unfortunately, I can't gift anyone a prize at the moment, but I'd still like to hear your answers. And there's no wrong answer necessary. I mean, I guess there sort of is, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm happy just to have some answers thrown out there. If you have an idea of what that streak of light in the sky was that kept on trekking across. Because I also think it's important we talk about that so you get an idea of what this camera is really showing and how it's showing it. Oh, yep. Both of you got it right. It was an airplane. The way that you could tell is, one, it kept moving across the sky, right? It, in a very regular pattern. It kept following the same path. Keeping in mind that this camera field is showing you 5-second frames. So every 5 seconds the frame updates after collecting 5 seconds worth of light. So things that are moving are going to look like streaks. So that's why a meteor will look like a streak across the image if we catch one. But that goes to the case for satellites and also planes. The way we can distinguish between a meteor and a plane and a satellite, the planes are going to stick around throughout multiple frames. The satellites will do the same as well. The planes will also be in a regular line. You'll actually see regular, how would I describe that? Yeah, in the streak you'll actually see weird little patterns equidistant to each other. And that's actually the blinking of the lights of the plane. The satellite won't have those. Satellites will just be streaks of uniform light. But they'll be following a path as well, just like the plane. But the meteors will be quick streaks across the sky. Some bright, some might brighten up a bit, so you'll get a bright pattern towards the center, or a couple of bright patterns towards the center, and then it'll dim down, and that'll be it. You'll get that for one 5-second frame, and that's all. It'll disappear. It won't follow the same path. You often won't get meteors that are flying across the sky more than 5 seconds. That can be pretty rare to have one fly across for that long. Not impossible, but rare. So great eye. Everyone got it, I think. It was a plane. But as I mentioned, if you're in a position to give us a super chat, that shows your support for Kopernik, and we greatly appreciate that. And I'm happy to answer questions that show up in those super chats as well. But I'll also say, if you use the donation link in the video description, there's some information about a little gift that we'd send you in return for a donation of $50 or more. We have a exclusive commemorative James Webb ornament that we will send you that depicts the primary mirror, the gold mirror that you've seen in the news. It's a 1/100 scale of that mirror, so that's a option for you. We can only ship those within the continental U.S., but it's just a nice way for us to say thank you, I think, because we really do appreciate your viewership and your attendance to our programs, both in person and online. So we really wanted to give back a little something for that support that you are able to offer. I apologize that the sky is not really showing us much yet. I wish I could just spawn a bunch of meteors all at once, but unfortunately I cannot. We have to work with what we get in our sky. And as I mentioned a couple times, this is the first time I am monitoring this meteor shower. It's not one I'm often, I guess it's not what I'm familiar with myself. This is the first year I've observed it. So I'm not entirely sure what to expect, but so far so good. With the camera at least, and the weather. Our chances of seeing anything at all have improved, because earlier on, those that are just tuning in, clouds everywhere. It was no good. I was a little bit worried it was just going to continue to be that way, but it finally cleared out, and now maybe we have a chance. The Perseids we were pretty successful with. We saw quite a few. Perseid Meteor Shower was back in August. It will return in August this year as well. Renato asks, what's the difference between a shooting star and a meteor watching with the naked eye? For the most part, they're one and the same. What's that, a satellite? Yeah, it looks like there might be a little bit hard to tell. It might be a plane or a satellite flying overhead here. Looks... I'm trying to look for blinking lights. There might be blinking lights in that streak, but either way, it's not a meteor. There is something flying overhead, though, right now. So they are one and the same, more or less. They a shooting star classically is this streak of light, this quick little streak of light you see across the sky. And that's what a meteor is. A meteor is some object entering our atmosphere, a natural object, mind you, and it burns up. Yep, that was a plane that was flying overhead. I can see the blinking lights clearly now. But yeah, it burns up, and ooh, we got one. There was one. That was a quadrantid. It was very brief. Just a little dim one, but it was a quadrantid. You could trace it back to the quadrant. What is that again? Quadrant Moralis point, where that old constellation used to be. Oh, here's another one. Let's see, that was 123.40. Yeah, let's say it was 123 is when we saw those two. I keep a record of these, by the way. So if you see one, mark it down in the chat and I will go back and look. Use the timestamp that's in the window below me. That's the best way to monitor that. If you'd like, you can add some observations to your whatever you saw, and that way it'll help me find what you were looking for. Maybe add its rough location. Was it north, south, east, or west? In fact, I should probably add those to this. Let's do that. There you go. Now you got compass directions, so you can indicate roughly where it was. And I'll mark those down as timestamps later on. Well, Becca, that's what we're here for. And granted, we get cloudy skies here too, of course. In fact, we're kind of infamous for it in Binghamton sometimes, and the Binghamton, New York area. So, the nice part about this is, if you get a lot of people streaming out their skies together, you can. That means everyone gets the chance to observe the night sky. And the other thought I've had, and the other motivation behind doing this, is the night sky is inaccessible for a lot of people. Or inaccessible, I should say. people in cities can't see the skies like we can here at Kopernik. The skies just aren't dark enough. There's too many city lights, and it's just not possible, sadly. It's funny to hear the stories that come out of blackouts, because during a blackout, there's no city lights, so people get to see what the night skies are like, and they see things they've never seen before if they grew up in their city and lived there all their life. So it's pretty powerful what the stars can do. You know, it's a shared human experience that we can have, and unfortunately, it does require that we don't have clouds ahead or above. So we do need to work around that. But otherwise, it's something powerful that we can share out and build a community around. So it's pretty special. Yushi asks, where will it be seen clearly? So on our field of view, you can see the north is down here, right? And the east is over here. The radiant point where the meteors appear from is right about here in this area of the sky. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, you have an opportunity to view this meteor shower over the next couple days. It's peaking, or it may have already peaked earlier today, and so our opportunities are limited on what we'll be able to see, but especially for this shower, it has shorter tails as far as, like, you know, seeing like 100. Whoops. I zoomed out. Zoom back in. So you don't get to see this meteor shower for as long as others, but there's still a chance over the next couple of days, so I say give it a try if you're in the northern hemisphere. Equator and southern hemisphere are a challenge because this is a northern constellation area where you get the Big Dipper, you get Booties, and you get Draco the Dragon. Those are all northern constellations, and that's where this meteor shower appears to radiate from. So if you can't see those constellations, it becomes more of a challenge to spot some of these meteors. To be fair, I think the predictions were correct that the peak may have been earlier today in the daytime, because the peak is predicted to have 120 meteors, up to 120 meteors per hour. We're definitely not seeing that right now. We saw a couple around the same time, but since then we haven't seen much more. Happy, that is interesting observation, right? Why are my east and west flipped? And this is in fact the correct orientation for our skies here. So this is north here, this is south, this is east, and this is west over here. So the way the sky moves, things are rising up over the 20-inch dome, and they set down below the 14-inch, around that point. And if you think about a map, right? This is how I love to describe it this way. You think about a map of the world. You're looking at the different countries, or you're looking at a specific country. You're trying to figure out your way around if you're traveling. The compass goes north, south, and then it says ew, right? Oh, no, sorry, it says we. Excuse me, I got my own joke wrong. Sort of joke. It says we. That's how I remembered it. North, south, and then we for west and east. West is on the left, east is on the right. But we're looking at the sky. So when you look up, you're not going to get we, you're going to get ew. So, oh no, I did have that flipped around in my head. It is you do get we. In this case, just because of the way I have the camera formatted, I guess. Wait, that's right. It's definitely east is over here, north, south, and west. Yes, that is correct. So we do get we here. Why do we get we, though? That's not the case for our... Oh, no, I'm thinking about it in terms of an activity we do here. We build these star finders. And when they build the star finders, they're in this on a 2D plane, on a desk, right? So the letters are going to be flipped from what they're used to. But then when they hold it up, it makes sense. Sorry. I didn't mean to make that so confusing. But this is the case here. This is where our objects rise from in the east in Kopernik. And on the left-hand side, that is where objects set for us. Objects rise at Kopernik above the 20-inch, and they set below the 14-inch. All right, next up here, what other questions do we have, or comments? Oh, Becca says they're 40 minutes south of Binghamton's. They clearly need to head north. Yeah, we had this in our area. We had, in what it looked like on the map, we had this strange, very long cloud, sort of pointed northwest to southeast, coming down from the Finger Lakes towards Binghamton area. And it sort of was just making its way down at an angle. So things are slowly starting to clear out. But that might be why you're still experiencing cloudy skies. Oh, have a good night, Pamela. Thanks for tuning in. Here's hoping we see some more success on our next stream. For those interested and that might want to tune in on our next live stream at Kopernik, and if you'd like to subscribe to our channel to stay up to date on that, I am thinking about doing a telescope stream where we hook our cameras up to the scope and we observe some deep sky objects like those in the Orion constellation, or we can observe, let's see, the Orion constellation. We can observe some nebulae out there, and also some of the planets, although Jupiter and Saturn, they're setting really early now, so we're going to have to stream pretty soon if we want to catch those before we lose them. We'll get them back, in the next 6 months or so, but they are setting very early now. Thankfully, we are going to get Mars back this year, too. I think around maybe December, I think, is when it's going to be really nice to observe. But we'll get it before that, too. Around the summertime, we'll start seeing it more and more. So Mars is coming back. Very exciting. And I'm definitely going to stream the lunar eclipse that's happening in May. That is a total lunar eclipse happening in our area. So that'll be a nice show. We did do a stream for the partial lunar eclipse on November 19th. That was very close to total. Very, very close. At maximum eclipse, it was about 97% in shadow. So again, if you do see a meteor, make sure you put the time in the right below me. You see the time over there. Record the time and what you observed in the chat, and I'll pick that up and record it on my notepad, and confirm it later on. We sort of turn this, we've done this with all our meteor shower streams, we turn it into a game. Turn it into a hunt for meteors. So record your observations, where it was located in the sky, and so forth. Becca says they're maybe 15 minutes from the Keystone College Observatory, but I don't know if they're open to the public. I am not sure. Some colleges have public events here or there, so it's definitely worth exploring. But I'm just not 100% sure off the top of my head. Oh, someone tuning in from Indonesia. Very cool. We've had quite a great international audience tonight. It's great that like we're just a, mind you, we're just a small time observatory to some degree. We mostly focus on our local area of New York, getting into Pennsylvania, and you know, it's more of a northeastern U.S. Institution that our focus is on. But one thing that we've grown to love over the course of the pandemic is that we get to communicate with people all over the world and learn about what their skies are like, learn about how they prefer to observe, what kind of tools they have at their disposal, what observatories are near them. It's very exciting to have this platform to build up that community and hear about everyone's stories around the world. While we don't all necessarily share the same skies, we do all share the opportunity to seek out the stars and explore. And that's sort of what I wanted this platform to be for Kopernik, is to access all those, you know, night sky dwellers, I guess. What's fun about this in particular is you want to pull your... This goes especially when you're looking at the sky yourself and hunting for meteors. But I think it's partially true here as well, looking at the camera feed. Excuse me. You really never want to pull yourself away in fear of missing something. You want it to stay for that last moment to try and catch a glimpse of a super bright meteor. Even though it may never happen. But that's part of the fun. You get to see the dynamics of the cosmos with meteor showers. Amongst the very still stars. Happy asks, skies over Alaska should be constant meteors and asteroids, yes? No, not necessarily. We need, there of course needs to be a supply for that material. Now, they do have, the northern and southern hemisphere, of course, do have a cosmic phenomenon in the form of the northern lights and the southern lights. Like the aurora borealis, where you actually do see the effects of solar radiation coming into contact with our magnetic field. But as far as, actual particulate matter, like dust and rocks and pebbles, the things that meteors actually are, you don't necessarily have to have those constantly pelting further north. Again, you need that supply. You need a debris field to fuel that. But as far as this meteor shower goes, they definitely have a better chance, because the further north you go, the more the further up that radiant point will be. So the quadrantid radiant point, again, being very close to that Big Dipper there in the northeast. So the further north you go, the better chance there is to spot these meteors. Again, you do need that supply of material, and if we've already passed the peak, it almost doesn't matter where you go. It's going to be less material to work with for it. But during peak, oh yeah, up north is the place to be. Oh, yes, S mode. It's really funny when you think about it, that it is a completely different sky, for the most part, especially when you go way south. They don't have a North Star. They have a south grouping of constellations to point due south. They don't see the Big Dipper. They lose out on a lot of these objects. But we lose out on a lot of their objects, like the large... I always mispronounce it, and that goes to show how unfamiliar I am. Large Magellanic Cloud, I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, those in the southern hemisphere, if anyone's tuning in. But we lose out on some really nice deep sky objects down there, because we're limited by our celestial sphere. We're a sphere, so it stands to reason that the what we consider in astronomy the celestial sphere surrounding the Earth is just a model, an idea of how, because for the most part, the objects in the sky are 2D. In the sense of they're not moving very much on a short term. The planets certainly do, but you're not getting parallax because everything's so far away. So you're not going to be able to really see the stars move around each other like you can when you put your hands out and your fingers out and you look around them as you move your head back and forth. Everything's too far away for any of that parallax to take effect. So, yeah, we're going to lose out because of the physics of a planet and how they form. But, I mean, the nice part is you can just go down and travel to the southern hemisphere and see what the skies are like. It's pretty incredible. Furthest south I've been, I think, was Costa Rica, which the skies were very different for sure, but you are close enough to the equator that you're seeing a little bit of a mix, right? Up here in New York, we're far enough away from the equator where we're really getting primarily northern hemisphere constellations. We don't get many southern objects. But with the equator, you get a good mix. What's funny to think is this star right here, the North Star, right? The North Star hugs the horizon. It's on the horizon all the time at the equator. Pointing due north, mind you, but it hugs the horizon because the entire sky will rotate around that object. That's a pretty cool one. So when you go to the equator, you end up with a really nice rotation of the sky. It's probably very pleasing in the sense that it's symmetric, I suppose, whereas ours is very much asymmetric from our perspective. Because again, everything rotates around this star right here. Oh, that's a cool anecdote there, Becca. The driving on 81 and a random meteor shooting across the sky. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't had that experience yet myself, but that would be neat. Yep. It is around 3 and 4 a.m. is when this is best, because it's just, you're talking before the sun rises, so the skies are nice and dark, the radiant point is nice and high up, so maybe we'll continue to see the skies and maybe the meteor rate improve as the stream carries on here. Let's see, I'll mark that down, Happy, for you, and I will check it out later on. So this one is 1:45:04. We also have from Renato 1:49:30. Okay.
it for the team.
The free vaccine.
I'm just looking back at the stream here to maybe confirm some of those. Yeah, I might have to go back and watch the stream myself because I can't quite get the quality I want in my own video feed, just because I'm using a lot of the bandwidth streaming it out. So I'll watch it. I have those recorded, and I will watch it in better detail once I have the chance. Where are we here? There we go. Let's see if we are still maintaining. Yep, we're doing all right. Where did it go? Here it is. All right. Still a little bit of like hazy clouds coming overhead, but nothing too serious. Oh, welcome, Marge. They say I just came from watching outside in Vestal. They saw one 5 to 10 minutes ago, roughly northwest going west. I'll have to see if I can go back in my footage at some point, and maybe we saw it here too. Because 5 to 10 minutes away... Wait, you didn't say 5 to 10 minutes away, but in Vestal. If you're in Vestal, the skies are going to be mostly the same. It's funny, that thumbnail image that I have of that really bright fireball, I took that in Cherry Springs, Pennsylvania, which is about 2.5 hours away from here. Mostly west. It's a little bit south, but mostly west of here. And I was imaging that on my all-sky camera, and there was a KAS member that was imaging on their all-sky camera about That would have been 3 hours east of Cherry Springs. So while for me that fireball was directly overhead, for them it was right close to the horizon. So it goes to show how close these objects actually do get to the Earth. Even just a 2 hour or 3 hour difference changes the perspective of the meteor entirely. What was overhead for me was on the horizon for him. So it's pretty neat that you can see that distinction. That's one of the cool things that we did with the Kopernik Astronomical Society, is do that. And that was just by chance. We just both happened to be recording at the same time. Yeah, Mikester, we're not having much luck ourselves. It's always worth a try, but these meteor showers are unpredictable. You never know what you're going to end up with, or if you just miss the peak. But it's worth a go. I think I have another half hour or so in me to continue streaming, so that's my plan at the moment, unless things pick up dramatically. Though if you do have clear skies in your area and you're outside, and you're willing and able to stay up, I definitely recommend seeing what you can see as the morning comes up. Maybe get an hour or two of sleep in, and then head back out there in the early morning hours, and maybe you'll catch a few of these quadrantids. Renaud says, oh, from Windermere, Florida. Super clear skies there, very nice. What's the weather like there? Is it warmer outside at the moment? I heard some places in Florida were getting some cooler temperatures, but one of our staff members was just down there, and they seem to have a pretty good week of 70-degree days and 60-degree nights, I think. Oops. In short, happy to answer your questions. I have not seen a UFO. So far, everything at Kopernik I've been able to explain. And the other one there, All I can say to that is, as far as we astronomers are concerned, there's no mysterious planet out there wandering that's ever going to harm our planet. But with that said, there are some exciting theories that there may be a larger body after Pluto, and keeping in mind that that body will never get close to our planet. It is in a, if it exists, which some gravitational models support the idea that it does exist. Or at least there's a lot of mass out there, we just don't quite know what it is. And we're trying to account for it. That there may be something like a larger planet than Pluto, but has not been observed yet. It's still just a gravitational theory. But there is always, rumblings that come up from time to time of the Planet X or what have you, and again, I can put some of the mythology behind that at ease, I suppose. There isn't a there isn't any intersection of the mythology with the current gravitational models that are suggesting there's a larger mass out there. But it's exciting because if there's an unaccounted for, even if it's just another Kuiper Belt object that's fairly large, that's pretty exciting because it's another world to explore. And exploring worlds is really neat. I mean, think about what we were able to pull down from Pluto when the New Horizons spacecraft finally arrived there. Such an interesting, dynamic world. And it also had a big heart on it, on top of it all. We flew all that way to Pluto, and it showed its heart to us. How about that? Jackie Lynn asks, do you think we are due for an asteroid to hit the Earth? Are we due? To some capacity, in our stable system, in our stable solar system, there is a lot of matter out there. There's a lot of asteroids. But thankfully not nearly as early in the solar system, where impacts were happening a ton. And we also have shields, like, gravitational shields, so to speak. Jupiter, for example, is a protector of the solar system, the inner solar system to some degree. It's such a heavy gravitational mass that it keeps asteroids under control. And attracts a lot of the heavier impacts and whatnot. So we're thankful to have Jupiter. It may be a failed star, but it is somewhat of a protector in the solar system. And on top of it all, we are keeping track of objects. Now we have not found all of them by any means, but the fact that we do have programs out there to look and search for near-Earth objects that have potential to cause impacts somewhere down the line. It's definitely something that gets hyped in the news, and that's worth, not stressing over too much. You will see if there's even something coming within Like maybe it just happens to be passing by the Earth closer than the distance of the moon. That can happen. More often than not, it's nothing to be concerned over. Because, again, there's so much space in space. A good example of this is in Star Wars. Maybe a bad example of this. In Star Wars, I think it's Empire Strikes Back. They fly through an asteroid belt. And it's very densely packed. Like, they have to dodge and weave and wind through these asteroids. That's not what our asteroid belt is like at all. We've sent spacecraft through the asteroid belt without any trouble, because, again, there's so much space in space. We don't even have to account, really, for the asteroids in the belt when we send spacecraft through them. Because it's so... it's not dense. It's relatively safe to just send a craft through there. So, there certainly hasn't been an impact in a while on Earth, but it is all probability, and it is a factor of what's out there, how much of it is out there, and is anything really on a path to collide with us? And in short, in the near term, the answer is no. So I think it's safe to rest easy, I would say, on that front. Yeah, the cloud cover in this area is really weird, Becca. I'm not sure. It seems to be very spotty, and there's clear zones. We finally entered one, but for a while it was just hovering over us. We couldn't get rid of it, and the forecast kept changing. I was concerned that we wouldn't get any clear skies at all tonight. Oh, I think 206. Yeah, I think while I was chatting there, there was what looked like a plane to me flying overhead. I think it was following a path. Maybe it was a satellite. I was sort of paying attention to it as I was chatting, but I didn't register enough, but that is my guess. Renato asks, Jeremy, how about all this space trash being accumulated on our orbit? Now that is a problem. Not so much for our safety here on Earth. All of that material that's up there would burn up in the atmosphere. It's junk. It's for the most part, it's tiny pieces of man-made material. Some of it's larger. Some of it's satellites that are left up there that are decommissioned. But a lot of it's small enough it would just completely burn up. It wouldn't be a problem. But for astronomy, it is an issue. And for space exploration, it is an issue. The denser the debris field around the Earth gets, the man-made debris field, the more challenging it's going to be to send humans beyond the Earth to keep humans aboard the International Space Station. Like, all that material is moving incredibly fast, and if it's moving... If you have the ISS moving incredibly fast this way, and then another piece moving incredibly fast that way, that's going to be like a bullet hitting the ISS, and it's just going to puncture it. So there is still a lot of space. I mean, think about how big the Earth is, and then you're expanding that field, right? That diameter, even larger around the Earth for the atmosphere, and then beyond that in the orbital fields. But we've sent so much up there, it's becoming a problem. So, if enough is up there, it certainly could cause issues in astronomy as well. You have to account for all these little pieces of things that were have broken off of spacecraft, or even the operational spacecraft themselves, like Starlink, for example. The astronomy community was pretty upset by those initially, and even still, they really haven't improved them too much. Where you have these lines of satellites interfering with astronomical data from ground-based observatories. And if you can't perform data capture and can't use ground-based observatories to further the field of astronomy, and you can only use space observatories, that's definitely going to slow down what we learn about the universe. And it's also just a terrible loss for night sky observing at the surface of the Earth. So that is a problem that needs to be solved, and it really it's a challenge, but if we don't solve that, it's going to have dramatic effects on our space exploration capacities and furthering the astronomical field. That was a great question. Oops. Alright, so I'm thinking another just under 15 minutes here until we wrap up the stream tonight. I try to give myself goals where I can. And while we consider closing out, I will just mention one more time. There is a donation link in this video's description today with a couple of not instructions, I guess, but tips, I guess, maybe. That if you're able to support us at the $50 donation level, you can receive a commemorative James Webb Space Telescope ornament. And it's depicting the telescope's 18-segment mirror. So it has a really nice design to it. That's why we actually produced it ourselves. And it's a really nice hexagonal design. And that's available to you. Again, only available within the continental U.S. for the moment. And it's just our small way of saying thank you for your support. Again, on the horizon for the future, we have a planetary and/or deep sky stream coming up. I'd like to do that, if not the end of January, at the start of February. So look out for some links on that. I'd also like to maybe put a couple of informational videos out there of upcoming events. Or maybe updates on the James Webb as well. It is making some good progress. They've started the tensioning of the sun shield, which is a very complex process and potentially where failure could occur. If it's going to fail, it could very likely happen in the deployment of the sun shield. And it's so far so good, but we will see. It is a very sophisticated piece of equipment that they have tested a lot. So we continue to keep our fingers crossed. There is a great website that you can visit. Let me look up the name. To keep track of where James Webb is in its mission. If you search "Where is Webb," that will take you to a website. Let's see here. %62% of its distance is complete to get to the L2, the Lagrange point. It's fascinating to see. So they have some data up now. So the hot side of the telescope is 138 degrees Fahrenheit, and the cold side is negative 205 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty incredible. And that's by design. The mirror array stays cold while the sunshield side stays hot. Oh, near Roswell. That's a cool place to view this one. That's pretty neat. All right, as we come down to our final 8 minutes, I guess. If there are any final questions for me, I am happy to answer those. So put those in the chat. Yeah, I wish we had more success with the skies were good, but the meteor shower, not the greatest. I've only seen 2 so far. I don't know about you guys. But sometimes we just gotta cut our losses. There'll always be another meteor shower. Oh, well, thank you for your donation, Renato. Yeah, we really appreciate that support. That's how we get by in the end. It's we're a pretty small time organization, but we really want to get out there and support the astronomy community where we can. You know, give our 2 cents to it. So thank you so much. Bill asks, have you heard any news on the artificial shooting stars I was going to have for the 2020 Olympics? 2020 Olympics were Tokyo, right? I think. But either way, I remember something about that satellite that they were going to put up there that would send down artificial meteors. Seems a little... I mean, yeah, meteors are definitely different from... Like, it's a natural phenomena that puts on a light show. So to try and replicate that, I mean, at a glance, sounds maybe appealing, but I feel like you could also get plenty of excitement out of fireworks or what have you. And something about like making that natural phenomenon artificial, it seems odd to me. But it seems like a little bit of a waste of resources, perhaps. I need to read up more on how they actually plan to implement it. As far as I know, it never panned out. I feel like that would have been bigger news. I would have seen it somewhere if they actually did follow through on it, but it's an interesting concept, but it, again, yeah, seems a little bit of a waste. Okay, any final questions from anyone else? Renata asks, how do they determine a meteor shower peak time? Again, that's a pretty complicated process, and it usually is done by modeling and simulation. Once you know the parent body of the debris field and how it's resupplied, and you have enough years to study that, you have enough parameters to put into your simulation to understand how that debris field will behave. And that's really the key of it. What part of the debris field is the Earth going to enter? And how will that translate to meteors? And when the peak time will be and so forth. It's not perfect. And they can only give rough estimates as to when the peak will occur. It may be completely inaccurate. But it is statistical modeling, so there is a certain level of error allowable there, so you may be within a couple standard deviations of the actual estimated time, and they can predict that accuracy level too, so you get a sense of how good that model is. Great question. Good questions from everyone. Really appreciate the intrigue and the curiosity, and I try to have the answers for you. I don't always, but it's a learning process for me too, and I hope I was able to put together at least a somewhat educational stream for you tonight, despite the lack of meteors that we had from these quadrantids. I'd like to give them another try next year. But I think it seems like the peak is very specific for these. From what I read, they say it's about 6 hours. And that seems to be accurate, and we also seem to have missed it. So, we'll try again maybe next year and see if we can hit that peak. The Perseids always put on a good show, so we'll try and cover that event. And any other meteor showers that come our way, we'll see how the skies are and how the peak is expected to behave. Try and line it up right, if we can. So, with that said, stay tuned for future observing live streams. We're going to continue to do these, especially in the winter. Where we've winded down on our in-person programs a bit, so we do have some more spare time, so we can share this with our both our visiting public and our virtual public and virtual viewers. So thank you again so much for your support. If you enjoyed tonight's content and you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. That'll keep you up to date on the latest programs at Kopernik, and if you liked and enjoyed the content, hit the thumbs up down there too. That shows particularly what kind of content you like, so we can better cater the experience to our audience. That's very helpful as well. Other than that, that's all I have for you tonight. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you on the next stream. Have a good night, everyone. Greetings, and Happy New Year from Kopernik Observatory and Science Center. 2021 has undoubtedly been a challenging year for us all, but we are glad we were able to safely support our community of lifelong learners through both virtual and in-person programming. 2021 was also an extraordinary year in space, kicking off with the landing of Mars rover Perseverance in February and the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope in December. Now, as we look to 2022, we are excited once again to be your guide through the cosmos. While we are winding down our in-person programming as we head into the winter season, look out for ways to connect with us on our social platforms and on YouTube. In fact, we are planning an observing live stream for January 3rd at 10 p.m. that will cover the Quadrantid Meteor Shower. Further out, we have a couple of lunar eclipses on our radar, and of course we're going to discuss the first light images that come down from James Webb in the next several months. Stay tuned for some announcements on in-person programming as well. In the end, there's a lot to look forward to, and we thank you for your continued support. From all of us here at Kopernik Observatory, we wish you a happy and healthy new year, and we will see you in 2022.
Throughout 2022, Kopernik will continue to develop a new strategic plan that will position us to more deeply engage in STEM education both in the school classroom and out in the community. If you are in a position to help us with a monetary donation, please see the link in this video's description. For contributions of $50 or more, Kopernik will send you an exclusive James Webb Space Telescope ornament commemorating the December 25th launch. This 3D printed ornament measures in at 6.75 centimeters, approximating a 1/100 scale of the spacecraft's 6.5 meter primary mirror. Inscribed on the back of the ornament, you'll find the acronym JWST and the launch date. We offer this gift as just a small thank you for your continuous support and in celebration of the successful launch of James